Okay, thank you for joining us this evening. It is the February 4th, if you can believe that already, and we're sorry for the late start, but we have some exciting people here that we're going to be sharing information about. So it's 7:17. I'd like to call the meeting for the February 4th, 2021 BUSD board meeting to order. And I am so glad to see all these wonderful faces. Honestly, I haven't seen this many people in one place, even just on a screen. This is like really exciting. So first thing we talk about coming back from closed session. I don't believe there's anything to report from closed session. So we're going to go on to our next item, which is an announcement. This meeting is recorded for live streaming and archiving on the district YouTube channel for your convenience. Next up, I was going to ask, who can I ask? Mark, why don't you do the pledge for us, please? If you don't mind. Thank you.
Let's stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Right.
Please be seated.
Yeah, no
Thank
worries.
you. Thank you. Okay. The approval of the agenda as written. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda as written?
I move to approve the agenda as written.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion? Nothing. So maybe we have a roll call vote. Mrs. Martinez. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
I mean, yes. Yeah.
Okay. Now it's my pleasure to invite this year's Employee of the Year recipients, and we have people that are going to speak on their behalf as well. So it's just really exciting. This time of year is always really exciting to be able to acknowledge these great teachers and classified workers among our community in BUSD. So without further ado, I am going to ask Dr. Gill to lead this. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam President, trustees, superintendent, our distinguished employees who are being honored tonight, administrators, community members, and students. It is my honor and pleasure to be able to lead this event because this is the most exciting thing in my job. It is the most exciting thing other than our students is to recognize and honor our employees. So we go through a process where each of the school sites take the time to nominate a teacher or a certificated employee and a classified employee. Then we work together with both of our union leads and also some other staff members in the actual selection process to select a teacher of the year and a classified employee of the year who represent our school district at Solano County. And we are also going to be really hoping and sending our positive vibes and wishes to them that they will win the county and go represent Benicia Unified at the state. And that has happened in the past few years, and we are going to continue moving forward for that and shooting for that. And so what I'm going to ask is, typically we do this in person, we celebrate, the boardroom is full with people, exciting parents, family members, children, friends, and so I'm hoping that everybody is watching and on YouTube, all the family members and everything. I'm sure as we are very proud of our employees and you're very proud as well. And so typically after honoring everybody, we take pictures, we take a group picture, then we eat cupcakes. I'm hoping that you guys have cupcakes ready for your honorees at home. And hopefully when everything goes back to normal, we will be able to have some delicious desserts or something with our people as well. So we're looking forward to that and hoping for that to happen sometime soon. So without further ado, I am going to be asking a principal or a supervisor to introduce their classified employee and also their certified employee, share with us why they're being nominated. And at the end of each person, we give them a cheer, and then we will go with the next school. And so let's actually mix it up this time, because typically either I do a secondary schools first or elementaries first or something. So actually let's start with the middle school this time. So Ms. Dalsky, we're going to ask you to please help us honor and recognize your teacher and the classified employee of the year.
Okay, well, thank you. Good evening, everyone. So first, I'd like to recognize our classified employee of the year, who is Miss Fran Hosmer. She is the face of our Benicia Middle School office. Her welcoming smile greets all who enter our doors. During the school closure, Fran has continued to be kind and welcoming to our parents and students. She has taken on an important role in supporting our PBIS recognitions program. Every week, she helps transfer the digital information submitted by teachers to postcards that are mailed home to students. She then delivers prizes to the students' doorsteps. Fran is extremely reliable. She is willing to do whatever needs to be done to support our students and staff. She is always a rock for BMS and works so very hard. Fran gives everyone her full attention. She taught virtual jewelry classes for students during the closure. And when a student was struggling, she went to the student's house and taught her the technique in the front yard from a distance. It's this kind of follow through that makes Fran such a fantastic employee. She helps those around her, all while performing her regular duties calmly, proficiently, and quickly. So a big cheer for Fran Hosmer. All right, I will move on to recognize our certificated employee of the year. It is one of our teachers, Mandy Winkley Harris. She teaches science at Benicia Middle School. She has not let teaching virtually slow her down. She is always willing to embrace new curriculum and has worked hard to bring engaging lessons to her online classroom. She stepped up to serve as our tech mentor this year to help provide support for her colleagues while they all navigate this new instructional world together. Mandy is an incredible collaborator. She embraced teaching a new grade level this year when there was a need due to our modified 4x4 schedule. She dove into the pilot curriculum for the science department to really analyze and compare it to identify its strengths and weaknesses for both the virtual world and in-person teaching. And she really deserves our praise and recognition. So wonderful job, Mandy. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dalsky. And again, a great cheer for our middle school classified employee of the year and teacher of the year. So thank you for your service. We really appreciate you. Now let's go to Liberty High, Miss Lewis.
Good evening, everyone. It's so great to see all these great faces. I'm actually kind of giddy to see all these smiles. It is with pleasure and honor that I'm going to introduce to you tonight our classified employee, Miss Rosalinda Ortiz. Rosalinda, this year has been very difficult, but she has overcome, and I'm very reliable employee for me personally. She is our custodian. Ms. Ortiz, she is always there. She's willing to go the extra mile to ensure that every classroom is clean and sanitized, that all the workspaces that I don't see are up to certain standards. And also, those that don't know, she also works our side of the building, but she also cleans the district side. And I'm sure I'm not the only one that would say that she does an excellent job. I've always appreciated Miss Ortiz's hard work. And I truly appreciate the idea that while it's quiet, her quiet demeanor goes always, I'm sorry, that she is always there, and her quiet demeanor is always recognized. She does her work efficiently. In this school year, especially, the idea of having a clean work environment that I can walk into safely, my staff can walk into safely, is completely appreciated. I know that she works hard. She's a mother. She has children of her own, but yet she always is there making sure that our Liberty family is taken care of. So with that, I truly appreciate Ms. Ortiz and all the hard work she does for Liberty, as well as the district office. Okay, sorry about that. My computer screen's kind of going a little wacky on me. I would like to also now introduce to you, with great pleasure as well, our Certificated Employee of the Year, Mr. Cliff Nelson. Mr. Nelson continuously strives to connect with his students, build trusting relationships. In a time in this virtual world, is incredibly important that he reaches out to our kids and makes sure that they know that they are important and valued and especially loved. He makes sure that their voices are heard in the classroom. He never stops asking them, what do you think? How do you feel? What does this mean to you? In the conversations that I've heard in his classroom, the kids are amazing. And that is a tribute to Mr. Nelson and his ability to make kids feel comfortable, willing to participate, and he never puts them down and always encourages them to have their voice. And so, Mr. Nelson, there's so much that you do, not only for your kids, but for me as a leader, that I rely on you, that you are always there. And I truly appreciate not only you there for myself, for your fellow staff members, but especially the students of Liberty. So thank you very much, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Mrs. Lewis. I really appreciate that. Thank you. And congrats, Rosalinda.
Okay, so great cheers for our classified employee and teacher of the year for Liberty High. Thank you so much for all you do. So now let's go to Benicia High School. Ms. Kleinschmidt.
Good evening, everyone. I have the honor to help us to recognize our Classified Educator of the Year, Ms. Jolyn Peterson. And I am lucky to do so. Jolyn has been a special part of Benicia High School for a long time now. She's our Classified Educator of the Year for many, many reasons. She serves as the administrative assistant to one of our vice principals and as the go-to person for our students and our parents with the last names G through O. That's over 550 of our Benicia High School families. And I'm going to tell you, she probably knows every single one of them. She's known for her friendly greetings, her great memory, and that she never has a negative word to say about anyone. She brings with her experience from the registrar position, the attendance office, and a range of skills that make her great at her job. As a result, she has been instrumental in helping us run our main office efficiently and effectively, even through this crazy time. She juggles helping students with their various needs. She focuses on our facility needs, all the different phone calls, and can just take time and listen to a parent when they're in need or a student when they're in need. And she knows just how to help them. There's a few special memories that come to mind, and Jolyn's just always been there. I want to read one thing that one of her colleagues shared with me to compliment her great work. Jolyn will absolutely ensure that the staff does not goof off and forget anything. She calls immediately for clarification, and she is incredible as an intermediary for parents. She goes out of her way to help with all the after-school activities, and the parents connect with her with such ease. It's inspiring to become more involved, to be part of the community when watching her in action. We want to congratulate Jolyn and thank her for all that she does for Benicia High School. We know that there are many alumni and families that join us in our appreciation that have probably had their own special memories with her, with Mama Jo. And we just want to say we love you, Jolyn, and thank you for all that you do for Benicia High School.
Thank you, Brianna.
I also get to honor our certificated educator of the year. Often it's a teacher of the year, but in this case, we're going to honor a counselor of the year. I think that often our counselors are definitely not forgotten. They are so hardworking, but sometimes not thought of when we're doing this. And so I'm very much excited to honor Megan Gunther, one of our counselors, as our certificated educator of the year. She also serves as a member of our school's leadership team, and she's the department chair for our counseling office. She's a co-leader of our Sources of Strength program. She works with our mental health clinician, and they created and they run a grief group for student counseling. And she's just been innovative in all of our work with counseling. And as you can imagine, especially now during virtual learning and moving so quickly, transitioning so many services online. Megan has so many strengths, but her greatest weakness might be that she just cannot say no. And so she becomes that go-to person for probably too many things, all those different things that we need, but it's because she's got new ideas, she has a positive attitude, and she just finds a way to get things done to best support our students and our staff. She has been instrumental in our work to expand our College and Career Center, to implement career planning with our Get Focused, Stay Focused program, and to work to address achievement gaps to improve equity in our academic programs. And we appreciate all that she does. I have also for Megan something that one of her colleagues contributed. Megan goes above and beyond to help students get the most out of their education. She's always willing and able to help her colleagues problem solve situations. She's been pivotal in immersing students and staff in sources of strength and has co-facilitated the grief group to help students build community after the loss of a family member. Megan is cheerful and always makes time for anyone who needs help. She is a positive role model and has excellent rapport with staff and students. I also have kind of a funny story. So I actually texted Megan to ask if she'd be willing to accept this honor. And she was giving birth to her baby. And so she's at home now and joining us from home. And so we wish her so many congratulations as our Educator of the Year and as a new mom. So congratulations, Megan.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kleinschmidt. I really appreciate it. And it was a good distraction from labor to find out about this.
Quite a story to tell. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Brianna.
Congratulations to both of you, and we really greatly appreciate everything you do. I will say, sometimes people say, you can tell a school by walking into the main office. If you, the second you walk into the main office, if you see a smile, that means that school is well run and that school really welcomes people. And I will say that for Benicia High School, because every time, I can't remember any time whenever I have gone to Benicia High School, Jolyn Peterson always say, "Good morning, Dr. Gill," like out loud, that everybody could hear. I don't remember a single time, doesn't matter what she's doing, even if she's on the phone, she still has to say that. And that goes long ways. So, and I actually want to say all of our staff do that, but Jolene, especially kudos to you because today's your day.
Thank you.
Yes. So now let's go to change it up a little bit again. Let's go to Child Development Unit, Miss Regis.
Oh, hello, everybody. Good night and happy Thursday. I want to introduce to you Mala Nix. And where is she? There she is. Mala has been a child development for over 30 years, but she has worked for CDU for about 7 years. She still brings a fresh excitement and enthusiasm to her job on a daily basis. She's always excited about her program at Matthew Turner and the students and the families. Mala fully embraces any new challenges that come her way. Last school year, she introduced Girls Who Code program to her students, and among other exciting STEM projects. Mala quickly learned the technology system and software that was unfamiliar to her for the Girls Who Code program. She continues to educate herself by attending a lot of professional development workshops, and she always brings back something exciting to share with her students and other members of staff. Marla is also well respected by the Matthew Turner community, and the principal, Mr. Slater, always speaks very highly of her and the program. Marla has taken on the challenge to be a professional buddy mentor to new teachers that we have hired by sharing her lesson plans, newsletters, activities, and allowing them to observe her classroom. She possesses the ultimate can-do attitude while taking on all tasks with a positive energy and a smile. She's very organized and keeps track of all the details necessary to coordinate and run an efficient program. And especially this past year in COVID, and keeping all the COVID rules that we have to embrace, Marla has never showed that she was scared of anything. She had just accepted the responsibility and has taken on the challenge. I and the rest of CDU are very excited to nominate her as our classified employee of the year. Kudos to Marla.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Marla. We appreciate everything you do for our CDU students. And now we're going to go to Miss Courtney, Food Service Department.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Tim Rahill, the CBO for the district. And, oh, I'm sorry. Is it my turn, Kush, or is Tanya announcing?
It's her turn. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for having me over today, and thank you for giving us an opportunity to honor one of our classified employees. This year, we selected food service assistant Patricia Chavez. She has been with the district 23 years, and her dedication and commitment to the department, to the district, and to our students is immeasurable. She truly is an outstanding employee. She makes sure that she treats our students by their names. She knows what they like to make sure we have it. And if we don't have it, I better run to the store to get it, because her students have to have what she wanted them to have it. She wanted to not disappoint them. She's also have a very high standards and food with her food quality. So she wants to make sure that they are always looking for her window. She also is a very committed to her co-workers. If someone needs help, she's always there to help them out. And as new employees come along, she takes them under the wing and she mentors them out. And when students are kind of struggle to maintain their accounts, she talks to them and makes sure they understand that we have a beautiful program that give the kids opportunities to have a free or reduced meals. And she take them under the wing, and she makes sure that they get an application that they take home and help them out as much as they need. So with more further ado, she is an outstanding employee and has always a positive attitude and a beautiful smile to everybody. To our management team, she is one of the most valued employees of our department. 23 years with our department, devoting and being there every day, rain or shine. No matter what it is, she's there. She's outstanding. Thank you so much for giving her the opportunity to be honored with this recognition. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Courtney, and thank you, Ms. Chavez, for all you do. We greatly appreciate you and all of our food service employees for providing food meals to students, even during this difficult time on a daily basis. That's really amazing. So now let's start with our elementary side. Let's go with Turner, Mr. Slater. Mr. Slater, you're muted.
Hello, everyone. I want to start off by honoring and celebrating our Classified Employee of the Year, Ilse Cordova. And as a school principal, I'm very lucky and grateful to work with an office specialist of the caliber of Ilse Cordova. And I know she's there now, and I want to just thank her for her greatness for our school. Ilse is the first person people see when they enter the office. And every act she does is with the highest professionalism and pride for our school community. As the office specialist, she's had to deal with great challenges as we have navigated through this pandemic, and she consistently has stepped up and risen to the occasion each time to do her very best for all of us. Ilse stays cool under pressure. She problem solves effectively and efficiently, and she is willing to go the extra mile to get us through the most difficult times with grace, skillfulness, and patience. Not only is Ilse outstanding at her job, but she's also very caring, kind, and thoughtful. Ilse's unwavering commitment and determination to give her all for our school community on a daily and minute-by-minute basis are outstanding. Ilse works tirelessly, courageously, and with exceptional integrity in her position as office specialist. Ilse's amazing skill, strength, and sense of purpose are greatly valued. She provides us with the confidence that our school, our staff, and our students are looked after with great care. She always has our back. Congratulations, Ilse. And I also want to take a moment to honor our certificated Employee of the Year, and it goes to Erin Moore. And Erin Moore is a stellar educator. She's honestly one of the most talented individuals I've ever come across, and it shines through in her teaching and in her students. Erin is dynamic in her approach and in her determination to build positive and meaningful connections and relationships with all her students. She definitely creates a wonderful sense of belonging and is fiercely strong in her efforts to have every student feel successful. Her integrity towards education and staying on the cutting edge are off the charts. She continually builds on her excellent teaching pedagogy and best teaching practices like universal design for learning and culturally responsive teaching. She also brings her colleagues along with her. She's a wonderful collaborator. She leads professional learning at our faculty meetings, and she is the ultimate team player. Erin's creativity and passion make learning fun, engaging, and challenging for all her students. She is an absolute ace and a gift to the teaching profession. Congratulations, Erin.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Slater. Special kudos for our classified employee and teacher of the year at Turner School. So now we will go to sample school, Miss Moore.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Thank you. Do a little something different here. Let's see if this works. I'm going to introduce you to Kelly Brown. This is my teacher of the year. And so I want to make sure everybody gets to see her. So the spotlight's on her. So excuse me for looking off to the side because this is who it's about. So it is with great pleasure and honor that I have been given the privilege to speak on behalf of my amazing Robert Semple staff as we recognize our Kelly Brown, first grade teacher, as our 2021 Teacher of the Year. There are so many reasons why Kelly Brown is the perfect choice for Teacher of the Year, beginning with the fact that she is one of the most selfless, caring, thoughtful, organized, and hardworking people in all my 26 years that I've ever had the pleasure to work with. Kelly follows through with her commitments and always finishes what she starts with near perfection, all while doing her best to ensure others are taken care of before herself. In the time I've worked with Kelly, I've seen her serve on many committees, including leading our PBIS team for the past 2 years, and most recently bringing Girls on the Run virtually to our school or to our students. In addition to serving on these committees, Kelly produces our school yearbook, to which she works tirelessly to ensure all students and staff are represented in the wonderful events that make our culture and climate of our school community being highlighted and memorialized. Kelly's students receive a top-notch education due in part to her commitment to and utilization of the latest and greatest curriculum resources and technologies available. She is a team player and works highly collaboratively with her grade level team, leaving no one out in an effort to ensure her teammates and their students are all on the same page. She is committed to ensuring her team is strong and leaves no one behind. As her principal, she's someone I can count on for just about anything. If I need a resource, a tutorial, a book, or even a student, Kelly is always willing. Sometimes teachers learn best from teachers. Many times I've approached Kelly about presenting at a staff meeting, and she is always willing and comes prepared with tips and tricks that teachers can implement immediately, making their job a little easier. Her fellow teachers respect her and want to learn from her, and that's because she is selfless and generous. While the decision to nominate Kelly Brown as Robert Semple's Teacher of the Year was done by vote, I could not agree more that she is beyond deserving of this honor. Kelly is a friend to everyone, a loyal colleague, and truly an example of an exemplary teacher. Actually, she's a rock star. So, Kelly Brown.
Thank you.
No, thank you. Give me a second while I change the stage here. All right. Thank you so much. I'm equally honored to introduce you to Eva Gomez, Gladys Gomez, but we call her Eva. Eva, we'd like to recognize Eva tonight as our Classified Person of the Year. She is our incredibly hardworking, dedicated night custodian. There are so many reasons why Gladys is the perfect choice for this Classified Person of the Year, beginning with the fact that she is one of the kindest, most caring, thoughtful, and hardworking custodians I've ever worked with. She truly pours her heart into her work. Gladys came to Semple and worked under the leadership of our then day custodian who had been there for 40 years. That says something. She proved to be a team player, following his lead, taking care of our wonderful school. They were a great team. Upon his retirement and the hiring of our new day custodian, I've had the privilege of watching Gladys blossom into an equal partner and now part of what we here at Semple call the dynamic duo. Eva, as I call her, follows through with her tasks and commitments almost effortlessly and always does it with a smile. She works so well with others and shows that she truly cares about her students, staff, and our school as she takes care of us all as if we were her own. Eva is one of the kindest, sweetest personalities that truly is contagious. When she enters a room, people smile, are happy, and genuinely feel a sense of calmness. Eva is just a good human being that people want to be around. Our Semple staff voted, and the results were a landslide. And I couldn't have agreed more that Eva is beyond deserving of this honor. She is a friend to everyone. She is loyal, she's dedicated, and has our little school's best interest at heart always. Thank you, Eva. Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Christina.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Moore, and the Classified Employee and Teacher of the Year Semple School. We greatly appreciate everything you do. Now we will go to Farmer School. Miss Harley.
Hello. Hi, everybody. I'm Melissa Harley, fierce leader and head cheerleader for Mary Farmer at this point. I was thinking before tonight, like, how can we possibly choose which employees to honor this year? Because everyone has been doing the most incredible work, right? So many people, I was thinking all across the board at every site, certainly at ours, deserve an honor like this. But it is very exciting, and I'm honored to be able to share with you who it is that our staff has selected to represent us. So first off, Mr. Edward Millard has been selected as the Mary Farmer Classified Employee of the Year. So Mr. Millard is our day custodian, and he's deeply committed to our school community, caring for both the buildings and the people who are in them. And he strives to ensure that our school spaces are clean and in good order every day. And he works to respond quickly to staff needs and to requests. And he does all of these things, never forgetting that our primary purpose is to serve our students. Mr. Millard extends special kindness to students and staff and families through his sense of humor and his compassion. And as a tradition during lunch, when we were on our campuses, students would look forward to Mr. Millard's joke or riddle of the day. And even through distance learning, Mr. Millard will take a moment to share a smile and a joke with the families as they roll through picking up food or materials or whatever. And he really exemplifies that vital role that all of our classified employees play in supporting our students. He understands that his jokes and acknowledgments with students have a positive impact on them and their success at school, frankly. So Mr. Millard is truly part of the heart of Mary Farmer. So I want to give him some love. We're going to do sparkle fingers for my staff, by the way. Proper sparkle fingers. Thank you for Mr. Ed Millard. So in honor, little sparkle hands, in honor of our Mary Farmer Teacher of the Year, Ms. Megan Carroll has been selected to be the Mary Farmer Teacher of the Year. Ms. Carroll teaches second grade with this remarkable balance of expertise and creativity and love, right? She's able to foster students' confidence while coaching their academic progress just seamlessly, right? In her classroom, her students are able to speak up and ask questions and take these risks because she's authentically models that each day in her classroom. She truly creates a safe academic space for all of her students. And upon entering her classroom, that strong sense of community is palpable, whether it's in person or virtually. Like, you can still feel that online. And each student's successes are just celebrated wholeheartedly by the entire class. They really lift each other up there. Ms. Carroll is also deeply committed to equity for all of our Farmer students. Her choices of literature and lessons and projects always center on fairness and kindness and justice. And she strives for students to see themselves in all aspects of their daily life at school. So students are empowered to share and listen to each other's stories and experiences. And she guides them through resolving conflicts with each other. And through this, her students are able to see multiple perspectives and repair their relationships and strengthen their community. And the impact of this really purposeful work really extends beyond her own classroom for sure. And so she carries this commitment to student progress and equity all the way across our site. And she works along multiple teams of teachers to ensure that our continued commitment to the growth of our school community. She has the gift of lifting us up by her example, and she serves as a representative on things like Site Council and PBIS, and that goes on and on. So through all of this, Megan really brings this true joy and creativity to Mary Farmer. She comes up with all sorts of fun, innovative projects and activities for our whole school. And she also, with great humility, recognizes the incredible work that all of our teachers deserve these accolades, right, through the challenges. And she would never, ever want to elevate her own work above any of her colleagues. But she really plays a really vital role, both at a grade level and across our whole school, and really deserves the honor to be the Mary Farmer Teacher of the Year for 2020-21. Sparkle, hello. Honor of Meg, you got to do the sparkle hands.
Thank you, Melissa. And you know I'm going to say that I don't deserve this, and that every single teacher at our school has stepped up in amazing ways in the past year and have inspired me every single day. So I accept this on behalf of the incredible staff that we have at Mary Farmer. You guys are amazing.
And that's Megan.
Thank you so much, Ms. Harley. And we really appreciate both of you, Edward and Megan. Thank you for everything you do for Mary Farmer and for our students. So now we will go to Henderson School. I saved Henderson for the last because at Henderson School, we're going to honor and recognize the Classified Employee of the Year for Henderson School. We're also going to honor the teacher for the Henderson School. Are you ready? Now drum roll, please. And the teacher for Benicia Unified School of the Year. So, Miss Buck, please give us the honor of helping us recognize our, not only your classified employee, but also Benicia Unified Teacher of the Year.
Thank you, Dr. Gill. Man, that was a great introduction. Hi, everybody. I went onto YouTube to make sure that our classified employee of the year was on the YouTube channel. So if you're watching YouTube, check it out. He's sitting in front of the banner. That would be Mr. Pat Escalante. He's our night custodian. Not only is he in front of our Joe Henderson banner, but Pat has, what is it? It says Kelly Hughes for everything. And then he has Mr. Martine, who's the second part of the dynamic duo. He has him on there too. So thank you, Mr. Patrick, for giving a shout out to our Teacher of the Year and your counterpart. So what can I say about Mr. Patrick? Everybody loves him. I mean, he's just a great guy. He's our night custodian, and he walks around and makes sure, especially during COVID, that the health and safety of all who enter the building are intact. He has had to pivot and change and jump through hoops, and he's done an amazing job. So I just wanted to thank you, Mr. Patrick. He also comes to me with innovative and creative ideas like, hey, Mel, what if we did this? Or I was thinking about that. Or, I mean, you guys, he's really, really ready and on it to get everybody back on campus. I know you're missing all the kiddos and all the staff. So he has us ready along with Mr. Martine. He does his service with a smile. He's always asking how he can help student, staff, and parents. And sometimes he shows up during the day and I'm like, what are you doing here? You're a night custodian, and there's a project to be done, or helping out with Mr. Martine. It'll be a Saturday and we'll have an event, pre-COVID, and he shows up with his wife and his son. He's got a little hound pup in the making. He's 2 or 3, maybe 3 right now. So anyways, and then he ends up working on a Saturday. He even joined in when we all created Bitmojis, and there's Mr. Patrick with his goatee. There's the kiddo. Thanks, Pat. And even created a Bitmoji for Mr. Martine, which was great. So we're just beyond lucky to have Mr. Patrick on our site. He exemplifies everything hound. And I just wanted to say, Pat, you're a great guy and a hard worker. And I just want to thank you for giving spirit fingers, because that was above and beyond, but that's what we do. So in true Henderson Hound style, let's raise the roof for Mr. Patrick, please. Congratulations, Mr. Patrick.
Thank you, Ms. Mel. Mr. Martine and I are always standing right behind you and our teachers. As you go through all of this, we'll figure it out.
That's right. We appreciate that. And now it is my great honor and great privilege. Let's see, Mikey, if we're not showing on page 2, we got to show Miss Hughes, to introduce Kelly Hughes, who is our 5th grade teacher. Not only is she our Henderson Hound Teacher of the Year, but as Dr. Gill said, she is our Benicia Unified School District Teacher of the Year, who's going to go to county. And I just know she's going to go to state and win state. So we're putting all our eggs in Kelly's basket. As a proud Henderson teacher of 14 years, Kelly may truly bleed hound blood. I mean, she embodies the spirit of Henderson like no other. She bridges together the community and our school by doing all kinds of these huge activities and assemblies and rallies. She'll invite the mayor. She has our shining stars of the Benicia Police Department show up. She spearheads the most amazing things. She is our permanent hound cheerleader. And at any time you see her ordering anything in our great orange and black colors, I think she's probably cornered the market on everything orange or black, or that has, a hound print. Promoting literacy and a reader's life, and coming up with anything enthusiastic that's all things houndtastic. She's my go-to person, and we're texted all into the nights and in the weekends on the next big thing. Kelly is always learning and has remained cutting edge in her practice. In years past, she consistently provided new information and strategies to her team. But this year, you guys, during COVID, she has knocked it out of the park. She's like Techie Tuesday. Here's what you need to learn. And I've truly learned a lot from her. And I've taken it to other districts, and I know other teachers and staff have. So she's, her knowledge just continues on throughout the land. It's really cool to see. And she facilitates 21st century learning for the greater good of education. She has sat on every committee imaginable to advocate for students in schools. And she is just a superstar in that. And of course, I would be remiss if I didn't mention the real reason why we're here, which is her teaching. She loves her students with all her heart. She truly enjoys getting to know each and every one. She is tirelessly planning. Sometimes I will knock on her door and be like, all right, sister, let's wrap it up. Let's go. Last one out of the parking lot. And if her students struggle, she takes it to heart, and she really wants to meet all of their kids. In all of her endeavors to ensure that her students reach for the stars, it is no wonder, you guys, Kelly has attended every Benicia High School graduation to go cheer on the students and watch them. And she writes down their names and it's like, oh yeah, I remember that one. It's really cool to see. So anyways, Kelly is an amazing teacher, an amazing human, and I just love you to a million pieces, to the stars and beyond. Couldn't be more proud, and I couldn't be more excited to present our Teacher of the Year, Benicia's Teacher of the Year. Let's give it up for Kelly Hughes. Woo!
Thank you so much, Mel. Thank you to everyone. I'm so truly honored, and I just want to kind of piggyback on what Megan said, that everyone is so deserving, especially during this year. I'm just so honored that I can represent all of our amazing educators in BUSD. So thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you, Miss Buck and Patrick and Kelly. And Kelly, best wishes to you at the county and the state. We are going to be cheering you and supporting you and helping you in any way, shape, or form. Please know we are there for you when you are competing at the county and the state level. And maybe national, who knows? Let's keep our dreams big and high, right? So let's see. Now, another great honor for me. I work with this person a lot because not only as the employee of the in our district, but also as the president of the CSA union. And so I am going to request Mr. Romero, our director of maintenance and operations, to introduce not only maintenance department's employee of the year, but also Benicia Unified School District classified employee of the year. So drum roll for our classified employee of the year for Benicia Unified School District also. So there you go, Mr. Romero, all yours.
Thank you, Dr. Gill. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the introduction. It is my sincere pleasure and honor to introduce to everyone Mr. Andre Finn as classified employee of the year. Mr. Finn works in the maintenance department as a maintenance technician, and he's a dedicated employee of 16 years. During the course of his employment, Andre has demonstrated nothing but the greatest of work ethics, and he creates a team mentality everywhere he goes. Andre regularly shares insightful and cost-saving ideas that in turn allow our budget to further support the school sites and the students. Andre is stoutly engaged with our safety culture, and he contributes to the organization as a whole. The difficulties that we have all shared this year, specifically in the maintenance department, was made a lot easier by the contributions Andre makes on a daily basis, and specifically in one instance where he brought in the idea of using UV lights inside of the HVAC units. Now, Andre not only brought that idea to the table, but he made the planning and found the correct UV lights to install and installed them single-handedly throughout the district in the isolation rooms as we plan to come back to school, which was no easy feat. Andre is always respectful and approachable. And as his supervisor, I regularly receive emails and phone calls from site administrators, teachers, contractors of how helpful, polite, how smart and intelligent Andre has been and helpful. And at a time in our world where most of the faces that we run into we've grown accustomed to, they're behind a mask. It's always a pleasure to hear a genuine salutation from Andre. Along with the long list of HVAC and electrical duties Andre performs regularly and pretty much solely, is long and exhausting, and I can be here all night to discuss all of them. But for these and many more, I feel like his nomination for Employee of the Year should be many times over. But his ability to work above and beyond expectation is what warrants this recognition. Aside from him saving the school district thousands of dollars each year by performing highly skilled tasks, Andre has also assisted in the research and planning of new technologies brought into the district, such as the digital and remote control thermostats that we all have, LED lighting, the ovens that went in at the central kitchen, and much, much more. I find myself lucky to work with an individual with a great work ethic and true caring so strong that I cannot help but come to rely on it. And with that being said, he would never say so, as he demonstrates an abundance of humility. For these reasons and many more, I'm more than happy that Andre Finn received this distinguished honor as Classified Employee of the Year. And lastly, off of what I've read, honestly, when I was reading this, I'm thinking to myself, although he is classified, he should be certified, because he teaches us all in the maintenance department things every day. And it is a real, true honor to work beside Andre. So thank you, Andre, for all that you do.
Thank you, guys. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Romero. And Andre, being the Classified Employee of the Year for Benicia Unified School District, he's also going to be representing our district at the county, state, and national level. We're looking forward to it. The pressure is high, and we're going to be cheering for you, supporting you, assisting you in any shape or form. I have been emailing him. He knows I bug him every so often by emailing him, texting him. And so Kelly and Andre, guess what? The employees of the year, especially the district employee of the year, when they get recognized and they get this honor, they also have to do homework. So this year I thought, you know what, I'm going to be nice to them. So what I did was I told them you're district employee of the year, and then I waited for a couple of days to send them the homework of a 50-page long application and saying, okay, now get to work. Because they have to submit a huge application with lots of letters of recommendation and other things. But please know, Kelly and Andre, we are there to support you. I have been bugging Melanie and Miss Buck and Mr. Romero already to help you, but we will also help you. I will also help you, because we really need to make your applications the best in the state and in the nation, not only in the county. So I'm going to really put lots of pressure on that, and we're going to make it happen.
Go get him, Tiger.
So thank you so much. Now, one more honor we are going to do to a very special person. And by recognizing our Administrator of the Year, each year in Benicia, we also honor and recognize an Administrator of the Year. The way that works is our management team actually selects the person through a survey. Whoever receives the most votes, and that person gets to be the Administrator of the Year. And in this year, the person who has been working tirelessly all summer, everybody has been working tirelessly, let's say that, right? This has been the most difficult year in our lives. We know that in this profession or any other profession, we all know that. But this person actually had to do in person physically at 5 o'clock in the morning. She is actually at work. And so I am going to be requesting our wonderful money guy, CBO, Mr. Rahel, to recognize our Administrator of the Year.
Good evening, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here tonight to recognize you, Tanya Courtney, our food service director. You're a wonderful person, and you provide such great quality food program to all of our kids every single day. Tanya has led her team since day one, since COVID started way back last March, and been there every student day. Recently has expanded to breakfast and always lunch and snack. Added when she heard we could now provide meals for kids for the holidays. They added care packages for the kids to pick up so they could take it to the holidays, and just very concerned about the kids and providing for her team, making sure that, Tanya, you always do a great job of looking out for your team too, to make sure they're equipped. PPE, protective personal equipment, is a term in COVID, and she wanted to make sure her staff had the appropriate gear to come in contact and deliver those hot meals, home cooked meals to our kids. So we really appreciate that. You're a great person, Tanya, to build the relationships with your vendors as well, to get good quality food. And we're just so fortunate to have you. Your business sense is amazing. She knows how to run a great program. She had her start in many things. She worked at Olive Garden in her past, and she brings all of that great business sense to our food service program. So we're in good hands. And Tanya, and it's just my honor that to honor you tonight, and we're just so fortunate to have you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody. It's a great honor to be part of Benicia leadership team, and I want to thank you all, the leaders of Benicia, for supporting me through all this time, to be there with us. Like I lean on a lot of you to give the support, so we can be there for the kids, to provide and to be able to give the energy and the positive attitude to our employees to make through every day. I would like to a special thank you to our custodians. They're there with us every day, to our campus monitors, to our technology that help me put the letters to the parents, to the maintenance department that come and fix our things when things get broke or the tents fly away. Without all this great teamwork, we're not going to be able to make it. But you guys are there for us, and then we love you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Rahel, and thank you, Ms. Courtney. Huge thanks to you for doing everything you're doing on a daily basis for our students and our families. So before we end this really great ceremony of highlighting all of our wonderful employees, I just want to take a moment to thank everybody who helped with this process, because even though we're doing this virtually, there are a lot of people who play a role. I want to help Miss Georgina Martinez for making all the certificates. I also would like to take a moment to help thank my HR team, Miss Kathleen Zuli, Maria Silva, and Cynthia Bogart for helping to pass the certificates out, especially Miss Kathleen Zuli. So what we have done this year is a little different, because typically we give the certificates in person as we recognize in the board meeting, right? So I had to think about and saying, how could we do this? Everything has to be done like differently and think out of the box, basically. So what we have done is communicated with every single person here. I have been personally communicating with them via email and saying, would you like to pick up your certificate, or should we mail it to you? So most of you have responded to me. If you haven't responded to me, please let me know what your desire is. We will do whatever you wish. And if you are picking your certificate, please email Miss Julie. She will arrange a time for you to pick up your certificate from the HR office. If you will rather have us mail it to you, we will mail it to you. We are at your service. Whatever your heart desires, we're there for you. We will do whatever you tell us to do. And again, thank you so much, everybody. I do want to thank Dr. Young because he kind of helped me think out of the box with this. Because when we got the email from the county and I said, how will we do this? Should we do this? I mean, because county kind of gave us the option this year. They didn't really say, do this. They said, if you wish to participate, here's the email. And he really encouraged me. He said, no, we are going to recognize our people and we are going to do whatever it takes to honor, and everybody's working so hard. So Dr. Young, thank you so much for being a great leader and encouraging me, helping me to recognize and honor our employees. So thank you so much, everybody, and thank you for all of our leaders and board members.
Thank you, Dr. Yu, for putting that all together. Thank you. Thank you to all of our everyone that's recognized. Well done.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, everybody, for the work that you put in to make our district shine. And we really, really appreciate you. It's hard to follow up to the next item on the agenda when this was so fabulous. So thank you again very, very, very much. Okay. I guess, do our guests they can kind of sign off if they don't want to continue to be online right now. It's going to be a long meeting, and you can join on YouTube if you can't, if you want to get more information about what's going on. So, but thank you everybody for being here for sure. Right now we're going to move on to our reports. And first up I have our students from Liberty High School. Who's here for Liberty today? Is Alice Wells here? Alyssa Wells, I got it. I spelled your name wrong.
It's Alicia.
Alicia, sorry. I totally messed that one up. Sorry, welcome, and what would you like to share about Liberty today?
Hi. Well, first of all, I'd just like to say good evening to Board President Zeta and the fellow trustees and superintendents and cabinet members. And my name is Alice Wells, and I am Liberty High School's board representative. And we here at Liberty have had a great start to the second semester. We have had 3 more students graduate early, with a few more close to the finish. With a few more close to the finish line. We would also like to welcome the new students that have transferred, and we wish them great success. With great excitement, Liberty High School was selected by Solano County Department of Education and Finding Back Partnership as one of the 6 school sites that will be able to nominate students to be a part of their new youth-led social impact initiative entitled Elevate Youth Solano, starting next month, February 2021. Through Elevate Youth Solano, their goal is to strengthen the voices of Solano youth of color by training and certifying them to become leaders of community change and advocate against systems, policies, and environmental conditions that historically harm them and their families through the form of art. Additionally, we hope to have Liberty students participate in a 10-month youth-led social impact which will incorporate leadership and communication skills development and training, adult and peer monitoring, and an annual county-wide youth summit and art showcase. Applications are due this Friday. Wish us luck. Some students have enrolled in community college classes. With classes being offered online, many Liberty students will have access to college credits for the first time in their academic career, and advisors have set more one-on-one time with them. And with Valentine's Day right around the corner, we will be creating and sending virtual Valentine's Day grams to all the students at Liberty. And we want to spread a little love and let everyone know that there's someone who cares and someone who loves them out there.
Thank you so much for that report. That's a lot of good stuff. I'm excited that our students will be able to start possibly earning college credits. So that's really exciting. So thank you. And then we have from Benicia High School, is there Michaela Moldero? There she is.
Yes.
Hi, welcome.
Hi. I don't know if any of the teachers or staffs are still on, but just wanted.
We can't hear you. Are you? She's frozen, I think. Michaela, can you say anything? Let me see if we can hear you. There you go. I hear you now, I think.
Sorry, am I back? My
You're
Wi-Fi is
back.
really bad right now.
Yeah, you're back. Go right ahead.
Sorry about that.
That's all
I'm going to
right.
be talking about the things we have upcoming. We still have our ongoing Panther podcast, which is our rally commissioners. And then next week, we're going to be giving out senior sweatshirts on Wednesday and Thursday. So that's really exciting. We're excited to give something back to our seniors. And then we have the elective fair coming up. And where leadership as a class is creating a mental health video just to raise awareness during this time. And then we also have, since sports are going back, I don't know if Miss Kay is still on here as well. We're trying to put together a senior night for them since we know they won't be able, or most likely won't be able to have crowds and things like that.
Uh-oh, we lost you again, Michaela. Can you hear me, Michaela? We can't hear you. Okay, I'm sorry. We're having some technical difficulties.
Sorry.
Oh, there you are.
I'll wrap this up. Hold on. I almost said Black Student History Month. So we do have Black History Month. So we do have our Black Student Union putting together events for the whole month, and then we have a multicultural week in April. That's all for me.
That is amazing. And I'm sorry if we missed any of the talking points that you had, but you have a full schedule there of wonderful things that are going on or coming up. So I want to thank you for all you're doing to represent Benicia High School. And do we have your, is there the ASB Vice President, Madison, here?
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Oh, where are you? I'm trying to, oh, there you are. Hi.
Hi.
Well, welcome.
Yes, thank you. So I will be talking about the events that we have done in the past weeks. So we actually just put out a You Are Not Alone video. Me and Michaela put that together, and leadership students in the class, we all just made a short clip of saying you are not alone, or you matter, or we care about you, just to know that during these times they are tough. And so just to let them know that they are not alone and other people are going through the same things that they're going through. And then we also did, we passed out the Adopt a Senior gifts, and we had a little bit over 100 seniors. I'm pretty sure, yes. And those were very exciting. I got my gift and I loved it. So that was like the best part of my week, getting my senior gift. So I'm sure all the other seniors loved it. So those are the two events that we've done.
Terrific. Thank you. Thank you so much for all of you for sharing. And I know it's a school night and you might have homework that you want to get to. So I thank you for being here tonight. We really appreciate it. And you can go ahead and exit stage right and get on with your day. Thank you so much. This time, I will turn it over to Dr. Young for the superintendent's report.
Very good. Thank you, President Zeta. Good evening, everybody. Just a few comments from me. So good evening, board, team, and viewers, everybody who's decided to tune in. I think every board meeting, I like to start off by thanking everybody. We continue to live in a very different space for all of us. So I'd just like to start off by thanking all the groups, food services, CDU, maintenance and operations, all secretarial staff, all management, and certainly our teachers. So thank you. I know for a fact that each and every one of you is showing up every day on behalf of our kids and giving it your best effort. And as your superintendent, please know that I greatly appreciate that. And I know that the board does too. And I also want to thank the board for showing up every day, interacting with me and making the hard decisions and thinking about this wonderful school district of ours and how we continue to make it better together. Just a quick, maybe a quick comment that I was thinking about this journey we've been on together, in the district, like coming on March, it's like, went up like a year. So this new journey of ours started almost a year ago. And I think in it, there's been certainly a number of challenges and a number of successes. And I know that, we're navigating some challenges right now. And I just want to put out to the community and to all of us as your superintendent, I know that the board would agree with me that I think it's really important that we continue to promote, a culture of inquiry, certainly, and then also a culture where we model civil and respectful discourse with one another. That even when it gets challenging, even when we don't always know exactly what to do, and we're working through things, that we can agree to disagree in ways that are always respectful, and that build that culture together. Because every day when we come together, what we're doing, whether or not we know that, we're building culture together. And so this whole district has this beautiful culture that I know we're all aware of, and we need to keep tending to it in ways that's respectful, that elevates everybody in the system, and that takes mindfulness every day to really think about those interactions and how we communicate with each other. And certainly in thinking about that, we think about our kids, right? Because the only reason any of us are here is for the students. It's our sole purpose. And I know they look to us as adults, as role models, with so many things. And so certainly around civil discourse and supporting one another, even when times are challenging. So I just wanted to highlight that with you. Another thing I wasn't sure I was going to say it, but I'll say it. My wife and I always, Janine, the love of my life. And we were talking the other day, actually we were talking today about Facebook and how interesting Facebook is. And she said, yes, Mark Zuckerberg wrote something today talking about Facebook because it's 17 years old. Because I was wondering, how old is Facebook? And the reason I bring it up is that when you talk about civil discourse, Facebook and social media is a place that can be so powerful for humanity. And it can also be a place that we have to be very careful with the way conversations take place in that space. And I can't think of another technological invention that's that young, that has had that kind of an impact on society. I think we're still figuring out what it means, social media's effect on the brain. So I just call all of us to continue to be thoughtful stewards about that powerful communication tool and how we want to use it in ways to elevate the great work that we do for kids. So that's it. Just wanted to say that. And again, thank you for all of our great classified and certificated staff. We've got this amazing team, and we will get through all this. We are going through it, obviously, and we get to choose how we want to go through it. So we do it in ways that are respectful and that we're uplifting and elevating all of us in the system, even when it gets challenging. So we can do that. So thank you so much, President Zeta and board.
You're welcome. Thank you, Dr. Young, for your thoughtful words. It's appreciated by all of us on the board. So thank you for all you're doing during this time. Next is board reports for our board members. Anybody on the board have any reports? Dr. Moss? Anything? Nothing to report? Let's see. Mr. Maselli? Mr. Grubbs? Mr. Grubbs. Oh my gosh. Sorry. So sorry. Cece Grubbs. Mrs. Grubbs. Nothing? Myself and Diane. Mrs. Ferrucci, anything to share?
Just real quickly that I sat in on the curriculum committee recently, and we are the LCAP, our LCAP times, that's which one it was. And we were talking about looking at our goals and revisiting some of our goals to make them more reflective of all the work that we're doing now. So, and I see that Dr. Beatson is going to share that with us, so I'm saying nothing else.
Excellent. Thank you for sharing that, Mrs. Ferrucci. I just wanted to let everybody know that during this time and trying to get students back into classrooms is of utmost importance to every single one of us. But in an effort to try to get things rolling, I have reached out to Sacramento, and I have contacted the Honorable Tony Thurmond he's the California State Superintendent of Public Instruction. I've contacted the California State Senator Bill Dodd. I've reached out to our Solano County Superintendent of Schools, Lisette Estrella Henderson, and Mrs. Monica Brown, who's our county supervisor in Solano County that represents our district. all in an effort to open communication about how we can go about getting our teachers vaccinated. How can we get us moving up in the line? And I guess Dr. Moss, her are planning a trip down to Sacramento as soon as these appointments get scheduled, and we're going to go meet with them in person, hopefully, and be able to discuss different options, because we're at a crossroads here right now. And I'm doing what I can to reach out to. It's not just in the district. I'm trying to reach broader section of people, and they are the ones that can make the changes, so, or help us along the way. And I think we're faced with a lot right now. But I just wanted you to know what I've been doing in the background, trying to get this done. The last couple of weeks I've been working on it. So that's all I had to share. You're welcome. You're welcome. All right, then. Moving on. Okay, we're at comments from the public, and I just want to remind everybody, in an effort for our community's voices to be heard, BUSD has transitioned to accepting public comments via the public comment voicemail that will now be available. Members of the public wishing to address specific items on the board meeting agendas are requested to call 707-748-2787. That'll be one comment per person per item, limited to 3 minutes on the day of the meeting between 3 p.m. and 7 p.m. Please note that no anonymous messages will be played. If your comment is for closed session, please be sure to state so that it can be addressed prior to closed session. The board clerk will play a recording of all the open session public comments to the specific items then being discussed by the board. Board Bylaw 9323 during the public comment item. The governing board allows speakers to speak at regular meetings on agendized and non-agendized matters under public comment. Comments are limited to no more than 3 minutes per speaker, at which time the voicemail will be cut off. By law, no action may be taken on any item raised during public comment periods, and matters may be referred to staff for placement on a future agenda of the governing board. Please be reminded your comments should be respectful and that students may be watching. So we want to be really careful when we're submitting our comments. So we're hoping that this is going to allow you to have your voice, and we were happy to make this happen. And I want to thank our IT department for working really hard to get this up and running. So without further ado, I am going to turn this over to our public comments. Ms. Martinez, we're ready.
Caitlin Kosek, and I am calling to give public comment on item 13.2. I am a Benicia parent, and I support the return to in-person small group instruction. Not a single student in Benicia, including those with severe disabilities, has seen the inside of their classroom in nearly 11 months. I know our teachers are amazing and dedicated educators, but unfortunately, online learning is leaving many of our special education students behind. Since the start of the pandemic, I have agreed with the CDC, Dr. Fauci, and Governor Newsom on social distancing and mask wearing to mitigate the impacts of COVID-19. Today, I still agree with these same experts that we should reopen schools for in-person learning. In the CDC's summary of guidance published on December 4th, they state schools should be the first to open and the last to close. While I support every effort to prioritize teachers to receive the COVID-19 vaccination, CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky recently stated, vaccinations of teachers is not a prerequisite for safely reopening schools. Dr. Fauci has stated, I would back the CDC recommendations because that is really based on data. We need to try and get the children back to school. It is less likely for a child to get infected in the school setting than if they were just in the community. Governor Newsom has stated, we have many, many districts that have schools open and have been able to do it safely. We can safely reopen schools as we process a prioritization of vaccination to our teachers. Locally, most of Marin County's public elementary schools have been open since October, with no COVID outbreaks tied to those schools, even during the winter surge. Marin County schools have been in session for 91 days now, with an average of 17,000 students. There has been zero transmission of COVID from student to teacher. This is according to county data and reported by KTVU. I urge Benicia Unified School District to follow the guidance of our nation's public health leaders, our experts, and support best practices for neighboring counties that have reopened. Please support the return to in-person small group instruction at this time. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Andrea Schneider, and I'm a Benicia resident and a parent of a child in the Benicia School District who also has special education services. I just wanted to state for the record that my husband and myself are appalled at the attempt to recall 2 valuable school board members. It appears that a vocal minority of bullies has attacked them online on different social media platforms. This attempt at a recall is a complete waste of our money and our time as taxpayers and as residents of Benicia. We should be looking at returning to school when it's safe to do so, not on the whims of a bunch of science-denying, entitled, and rude people. I appreciate, and my husband appreciates, the thoughtfulness of the school board members who wish to return to school when it's safe to do so and by following scientific guidelines. And again, taking a very firm, strong anti-bullying stance that is inexcusable, and it is no justification for recalling these 2 fine members of the school board.
Hello, my name is Kelly Berrigan. My address is 413 Arbor Court in Benicia, and the item number is 3.1, public comment. Dear school board members, my name is Kelly Berrigan, and I am writing to you regarding the possible recall of Trustee Mazzelli and President Zeta. I am a kindergarten teacher in Benicia, and I am taking this opportunity to urge you to do what is right for our schools and our community. At this point, spending hundreds of thousands of dollars and investing the time it would take to remove them is not in the best interest of students, teachers, and families. I am flabbergasted as to why there is even a recall in question. This seems like a way for community and possibly other board members to retaliate against Mr. Mazzelli and Ms. Zeta, who may have differing political beliefs. Despite these beliefs, all 5 board members voted unanimously to keep students home until March 22nd. How have the 2 board members in question jeopardized our students' well-being any more than any of the other board members? I must say that never in my 9 years of teaching have I felt less appreciated, this overworked, and more in fear for my safety. Throughout the pandemic, Mr. Mazzelli and Ms. Zeta both have continued to serve as a voice for teachers. They have considered the medical advice from the Solano County public health officials, have generously listened to the concerns of educators, and have stood up for what is right for all, despite loud and even violent protests from members of our community. I wholeheartedly agree with all who would like our children to return to school. Teachers did not sign up to be virtual instructors. We thrive on the interactions and relationships we build with our students in person. However, we are only prepared to do so when it is safe for all. Trustee Mazzelli and President Zeta, you have my support in this difficult time. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Steve Dale, and what I want to do is I live in Benicia, California, here at 489 Marina Place. I want to express my opposition to the recall efforts for Sherry and Mark Veda. There's 3 items I'd like to address. One is my support for Sherry and Mark. The second is my hope that the board will commit themselves individually and as a body as opposition to this recall. And the third is a thank you to the board. While I'm more familiar with Sherry than Mark, I support them both absolutely. In the unlikely event this recall goes forward, I will pledge my complete support to right this wrong. I know that Sherry is passionate about the children, and false accusations in this poorly written notice of intention of recall couldn't be further from the truth. There is recklessness here, but the recklessness is for the folks who put this poorly thought out recall effort together, and not the least of which is the cost of $300,000 that would come out of the board. I also want to support Sherry because of her support of the March for Our Lives effort to try to have rational gun control so that our children can be safe. My hope is that, so my number 2 is, my hope is that the board will unequivocally commit to a clear opposition for this. First, I want assurance from the board that the board is working as a team, and even when you disagree, you're going to work together. Secondly, this behavior needs to stop. It's a terrible precedent. So, anyway, lastly, I want to thank you as board members for serving under difficult situations. These are my expectations. Nobody, including every board member, wants our students to spend one day more than necessary at home rather than in-person learning. And even though the probability is that we will not be able to open up the classes until the fourth quarter to in-person learning, I know that if there's an opportunity to open up sooner, I'm sure the board would do its best to adjust accordingly. Anyway, thank you very much here, and thank you for all that you folks do.
Sarah Denton, Matthew Turner teacher. Agenda item number 8. Congratulations to Aaron and Ilse, our fantastic employees of the year from Matthew Turner. We are so lucky to have you and to work with you every day. Working with Erin every day as my grade level partner is truly a dream come true. She is just one of the most collaborative, engaging, thoughtful teachers and grade level partners to work with. And I'm so thankful for her, especially as we have worked through virtual learning this year. And Ilse is truly just the jack of all trades of our school, and she keeps us running with a smile on her face and always a little bit of grace and patience when things are crazy. So we are incredibly lucky. I am so thankful, and no one is more deserving than these two lovely ladies. Thanks.
My name is Nancy Rothstein at 873. I'm calling with response to item number 12.3, Equity and Opportunity Update. I'm Nancy Rothstein. I'm a parent of a child that attends Benicia High School. I want to bring your attention to concerns that I have that the school district has not done enough to address racial inequity in our schools. I would like to advocate for a district-wide racial equity goal to be created in order to prioritize equity for our children of color. I ask that our children be provided with access to a safe and equitable learning environment when they return to school, in which teachers are provided with anti-racist training, which include restorative justice practices, race and equity trainings, and trauma-informed teaching. I would also like to strongly advocate for our children to have equitable access to a curriculum that is reflective and representative of an inclusional historical lens. I ask that the district adopts the 1619 project curriculum and creates a plan to provide our BUSD teachers with the training and support that is needed in order for them to successfully utilize and integrate this curriculum into their daily teachings. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kara Bateman. I'm a Benicia resident and parent of a Matthew Turner Elementary School student. I'm calling in regards to open session agenda item 13.2, consideration and approval of in-person small group instruction. My comment is more of a simple ask for the sanity of the parents involved in watching. Please be more open and transparent about the data and science that informs your decision. Provide a full and honest accounting of all facts, information, and context essential to ensuring an informed and equitable decision-making process. As I'm certain you all know, given the decades of experience brought to the table, leaders who open their process and make it more transparent build credibility and enhance trust with their constituents. The seemingly insular nature of what's driven your decision-making thus far has left far too many free to fill in the narrative. A narrative, as we have seen, take on a life of their own. Parents deserve better, staff deserve better, and most importantly, our students deserve better. Thank you. Hi, my name is Kara Bateman. I'm a Benicia resident and parent of the Matthew Turner Elementary School student. I'm calling in regards to open session agenda item 13.2, consideration and approval of in-person small group instruction. My comment is more of a simple ask for the sanity of the parents involved in watching. Please be more open and transparent about the data and science that informs your decision. Provide a full and honest accounting of all facts, information, and context essential to ensuring an informed and
Hello, my name is Katrina Monroe from 366 East 2nd Street in Benicia. I'm calling in regard to the recall petition for Sherry Zeta and Mark Maselli. We all want our kids to go back to school, all of us. As a mother and a grandmother, a former educator, I I'm so sad that the kids are not having, quote, normal experiences, quote, like they seem like they should be entitled to. I'm also a mentor at Liberty High School, and I'm seeing firsthand what these very fragile kids who cannot make it in a regular high school, what happens to them when they have no in-person support outside of school. So I do want the kids to go back, but not at any price. And I think it's very short-sighted to rush this decision when we are taking risks, and we're not just taking risks with the people that are in the school, we're taking risks with the whole community because kids move outside of school and back into their homes. The petition itself is troubling. I understand that people want kids to get back to school, but they've targeted two of the most honest, hardworking people on the board, when in fact the board decision, which was not an easy decision, but it wasn't a controversial decision in the sense that the board voted unanimously, 5-0, to keep the schools closed. So why are we targeting two people on the board? Well, the answer seems to lie outside of the issue of the actual vote just to return kids to school. This is has some connection with other types of events and who they look at these two members and what they see in them that has to do not at all with their work on the school board. So I really don't want $300,000 of my tax money to be going to this effort. There are way better things that we can be spending that kind of money on, which will benefit all of our students when they get back into school. And hopefully that time is coming very, very shortly. Thank you. I support all the hard work that all of the school board members do. But here in particular, I'm referring to the dedication and the ethics and the honesty of Sherry Zeta and Mark Mazzelli. Thank you. Bye now.
Hi, my name is Shelby Delaney. I live at 213 Eaton Court in Benicia. I'm here to discuss item 12.3, Equity and Opportunity Update. I'd like to start by saying that I am a Benicia resident, and although I do not currently have children in BUSD, my husband and I are planning on starting a family soon and raising our children here in Benicia. However, I am hesitant to send my children to Benicia schools, given the troubling history of racism within Benicia schools and the fact that BUSD is composed of primarily white teachers, administrators, and other staff, and they're teaching our children incomplete curriculum that helps uphold white supremacy. What is even more concerning is that BUSD has done very little to address racial equity in its schools, and this needs to change immediately. I'm here to advocate that there be a district-wide racial equity goal created to prioritize equity for children of color in Benicia. Teachers and administrators should participate in ongoing anti-racist trainings, including race and equity training. In addition, I strongly believe that the district needs to adapt the 1619 project curriculum, which will provide a much more inclusive historical lens for our children. When implementing this, the district should create a plan to help teachers successfully integrate this curriculum into their teachings across all subjects. This is not a problem we can wait to address. Changes need to be made immediately. The future of our country depends on it. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Celeste Monette, and I live at 941 Elaine Way in Benicia, and I am calling regarding the current recall effort of our two trustees. So, hello, my name is Celeste Monette, and I'm calling to make public comment as a mother, community member, and former school board member in support of school board trustees, President Sherry Zata and Mark Mazzelli, and the BUSD governance team as a whole. As a former school board member, I know how challenging decisions can be when it comes to our children's education during normal time. And I can only imagine how challenging the work has been for our governance team during this pandemic. I want to acknowledge and appreciate every trustee, regardless of how they've chosen to vote on past measures, as well as our superintendent and his staff. I also want to acknowledge our teachers and the rest of the district staff who have worked hard to adjust to an unprecedented time. which has required great flexibility in the face of challenge. I want to also express concern and disappointment at what seems like a misguided and reckless attempt to recall President Zara and Trustee Maselli. Through various conversations and through reading the petition, I have not been able to get a cohesive or substantive argument from those promoting the recall and as to why they are charging these two specific trustees with gross negligence. With lack of any reasonable argument, it is reckless and irresponsible to go forward with this recall effort, and I encourage any of you presented with the opportunity to sign this petition to decline. Should they receive the designated number of signatures, it will trigger a special election, which will cost the district $300,000, and our children desperately need that money. This effort is divisive and harmful to our already struggling community and overwhelmed school district. As a district and community, we have the responsibility to care for the health of our community, which includes teachers, district staff, and children. We have to enable our teachers and staff to get vaccinated so that they and their families are protected, and by extension, all of us are ultimately protected. I advocate for putting this recall energy into action and working to get our schools back open. This recall will not do that. Instead, it disrupts and distracts our district from being able to do the work it desperately needs to do to get in-person learning back up and running. I am a parent, and I have seen my children struggle and suffer as so many of our kids have, and they continue to struggle. And this continues as well to be a personally challenging time for me. But the struggles that result from this pandemic are complex, and the blame does not rest in two of our trustees. So in closing, I would like to reiterate my support of trustees Sherry Zada and Mark Maselli, who are volunteering their time in order to serve our community. They have demonstrated professionalism and integrity and do not deserve to be targeted. And I would also like to express again my support and encouragement to the governance board, our teachers, our district administrators, and staff. I may not always agree with the decision or vote, but I do believe that everyone is working in the best interest of our children. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Laura Cohen, and I would like to voice my public comment towards the discussion item number 12.3, which addresses the equity and opportunity update. I am a Jewish mother of 2 children that attend Robert Semple Elementary School. For the past 3 years, I have been an active member of our district's LCAP team, our Robert Semple Site Council, and our Robert Semple PTG. It has been my privilege to be an active parent in this educational system on behalf of my children and other children who attend Benicia schools. Today, I would like to speak to the imperative need to open up our schools with an equitable and anti-racist lens for our children of color. I would like to advocate for a district-wide racial equity goal to be created in order to prioritize equity for our children of color. I ask that our children be provided with access to a safe and equitable learning environment when they return to school, in which teachers are provided with anti-racist trainings, which include restorative justice practices, race and equity trainings, and trauma-informed teaching. I would also like to strongly advocate for our children to have equitable access to a curriculum that is reflective and representative of an inclusive historical lens. I ask that the district adapts the 1619 project curriculum and creates a plan to provide our BUSD teachers with the training and support that is needed in order for them to successfully utilize and integrate this curriculum into their daily teaching. Thank you to the board and to the district for listening to my voice along with many other school community member voices this evening.
Hi, my name is Krista Heredia, address 645 East K Street in Benicia. I'm calling to comment on item number 12.3 on equity. I am the parent of a grown son who attended Benicia Middle School and Benicia High School, as well as 2 more children who currently attend Robert Semple Elementary. I listened very carefully to Dr. Beatson's equity presentation during the January 14th board meeting. What I heard was the district has done lots of research, but has not taken much action. According to Dr. Beatson's report, this research period has been a few years long. It has included seeking feedback from students and parents while also collecting data points. There was an admission that the collected data proves inequitable experiences among our BUSD students of color, as well as our students with special needs. So you've researched best practices regarding equity. You've researched curriculum relevancy. You've sent some staff to trainings on implicit bias and have spent those years quote, trying different trainers and presenters to find a good fit, unquote. It seems that you've now spent more than an adequate amount of time in research. And so us parents are now demanding that you put actionable steps into motion now. We've heard plans for the hiring of an equity and opportunity liaison and additional plans for school sites to have their own site equity teams. This all sounds promising, but again, it's just a bunch of research and planning, but not much action yet. I was disappointed to hear that the only tangible professional development resource in regard to equity that is currently available to our teachers and staff is 7 online learning modules. Staff are only required to complete 3 of those modules, which is less than half, and only some of our school sites are doing an all-staff engagement regarding this learning. We have some phenomenal teachers in this district who have formed their own anti-racist professional learning community in which they use their own resources and on their own time invest in training themselves to be the teachers our Black students need them to be. This, in and of itself, should serve as conviction that the professional development resources you are currently offering your staff are deeply inadequate. I ask you make it an urgent priority to provide teachers and staff with robust anti-racist trainings, which include restorative justice practices, race and equity trainings, and trauma-informed teaching. I would also like to strongly advocate for our students to have equitable access to a curriculum that is reflective and representative of an inclusive historical lens. I ask the district to consider the 1619 project curriculum and create a plan to provide our teachers with the training and support that is needed in order for them to successfully utilize and integrate this curriculum into their daily teachings. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Patty Hayes. My address is 445 Vista Court, and I'm speaking to the COVID item. So earlier this week, I sent letters to Mrs. Zeta and Mr. Maselli and copied Superintendent Young, but I wanted to share what I told them in my letter here. I'm a mom of 2 students at Mary Farmer. I want to thank you for your dedication and hard work on the school board. I'm grateful for you and the other members of the board. I'm so sorry you've been the target of unfair and unfounded criticism and what appears to be harassment during a very trying time for all of us. I do not support the recall effort. I watch the board meetings regularly, and I thank you for your thoughtfulness and strength in doing what we've asked you to do. Work on behalf of the students, families, and all of BUSD, including our wonderful teachers. Please keep it up. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Kathleen Ruiz. My address is 776 Barton Way, and my comment is for item number 13.2. My comment is as follows. During the December meeting, I wrote in and asked every board member to do some research for our area before casting their vote about in-person instruction. I was pleased to see the votes were unanimous. The problem I see is that does nothing for our most critical students. If you did the research, you would know that most of the districts around us have already started small groups, and special education students are getting time on campus. Why have we not started this? It worries me that I'm hearing more and more children that do not fall into the small group category continuing to struggle. And even with the March 22nd date, most of the kids won't see a classroom this year. This past week, even our governor said that it is time to start bringing kids back. Will you listen to him? I need small groups. I think we need small groups to start as soon as possible so we can get things moving. I support our teachers, school staff, and district employees, and I think it's time we let them start the plan that Dr. Young and his team came up with. It seemed they had the means to start. They just need your approval. So please put your personal fears aside and do what is best for our children. They are depending on you. Please show that you care about them. Governor Newsom said, quote, I am very concerned about the equity lens in terms of this conversation because so many private schools are open. He said, I believe when we can safely reopen public schools to in-person instruction with the appropriate level of safety, support, and accountability in terms of enforcing the rules. And we are committed to doing that in partnership with the legislature. If he thinks we can do it, then we should be starting to do it. Please bring
small groups back immediately. Thank you.
My name is Brandon Green. My address is 227 Carlisle Way in Benicia. I am the parent of a elementary schooler at Matthew Turner. I'm also a member of Benicia Black Lives Matter and the African American Parents Group. I'm calling in support of the equity opportunity update discussion item, both as a professional, as a lawyer who works on racial and economic justice issues, including education, and as a parent in Benicia. I'm in support of the district putting forth all necessary investment in equity and opportunity, particularly at this time where the COVID crisis is disproportionately impacting Black families, both the virus itself and economic consequences, and particularly in this district where there is disproportionality as it relates to discipline and educational outcomes. Given the unprecedented protests and demonstrations and other sort of events, now is time for the school district to be bold and take bold action towards ensuring equity for all students. Thank you.
Hi, this is Rick Small. I'm assistant coordinator of the mentoring program at Benicia Middle School, Benicia High School, and Liberty High School. In case it's new to some folks, it's been around since 2001 at Liberty High, and for the last 5 years at the middle school and Benicia High School. We usually meet with kids during the week, and of course, with COVID, we haven't been able to meet in person. We'd like to meet virtually, but my question is this: we'd really like to know if there's at least one classroom at East Campus where a mentor could meet in person with a student with mask, obviously maybe 6 to 10 feet apart. But it's been our experience over the last few months that the students are just burned out on Zooming, and it's really time for them to be able to meet someone in person. We've lost one middle schooler to suicide this school year and almost lost a high schooler. So this is a problem that's going to rear its ugly head again. So I'm really urging, please, let's work on opening at least 1 or 2 classrooms where a live mentor can meet with a student, physically distanced and wearing a mask. Thank you much for your time and your consideration.
Robert Crowley, 213 Eaton Court, Benicia, California, 12.3 Equity and Opportunity Update. My name is Robert Crowley. I'm a Benicia resident and I live over on Eaton Court. I don't currently have kids within BUSD, but my wife and I are planning on starting a family and started looking into the school system. We had a few concerns that we wanted to address in front of the board. In order to make change within BUSD, I am here to advocate that there be a district-wide racial equity goal created to prioritize equity for children of color within Benicia. Teachers and administrators should participate in ongoing anti-racist training, including race and equity trainings. I also strongly believe that districts should adopt the 1619 Project curriculum, which will provide a much more realistic historical lens for our children. The district should figure out a plan to implement the 1619 Project into the curriculum so teachers can successfully integrate the topic across all subjects. This is not a problem we can wait to address. Changes need to be made immediately, and the future of our community depends on it. Thank you.
My name is Sarah Ferrucci, and I am a parent of 2 children in this district, along to an aunt of many other students. And I am calling in regards to open session agenda item 13.2, consideration and approval of in-person and small group instruction. The prolonging of in-person education, where mainly those that are on IEPs, are suffering. Newsom himself states,
just young kids, 4-year-old, learning online. Just not. He talked about Zoom school not working for him, not working for his parents. I'm trying to get him off these devices. And he's just not paying attention. He's not learning.
additionally, since October, you have listened to the adequate and safe plan to return for small groups, yet have not allowed the return to in-person. You have all watched the numbers of schools, even schools around us, open for an in-person education, as well as the science from even Dr. Fauci himself. Just recently, Dr. Fauci states,
The CDC researchers put out some research this week that suggested it is safe to have schools open as long as we continue masking and social distancing. So what is your messaging on schools knowing that it changes from community to community? I understand that, but broadly speaking, should schools be open? You know, I would back the CDC recommendations because that is really based on data.
additionally, he continues to add,
It's less likely for a child to get infected in the school setting than if they were just in the community. So for that reason, understanding that this is not an easy issue, and you've got to understand the concerns of teachers because they obviously have a concern, an understandable concern. Putting all that together, we need to try and get the children back to school, and that's
I implore the board tonight to please vote on this matter using the data and the science with interest of the students and the parents of this community begging for an in-person education for their children. Please open the schools immediately for small groups and please discuss a plan for how we can open the schools even sooner than desired based on the science, data, and recommendations from the CDC, numerous doctors, and Gavin Newsom. Thank you.
Hello, this is Andre Stewart. I'm a Benicia resident, and I would like to speak on item 12.3, Equity and Opportunity Update. And I would like to offer my support to the teachers and the board in keeping the schools closed in order to maintain safety. I think you're doing the right thing. I thank you for doing it. You're making the town and our children safe, and please don't let anyone tell you otherwise. You're doing the right thing. Please continue. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Gia Quinn, 828 Dorset Way in Benicia, and I'm calling regarding open session agenda item 13.2, consideration and approval of in-person small group instruction. I would like to request that special education services, small groups, and one-to-one services be brought onto campus for in-person sessions. My son has been having his speech therapy sessions via Zoom, and he is not getting much out of it. The speech therapist that he had prior to maternity leave was amazing, and her replacement is equally wonderful. So I know that the lack of progress has absolutely nothing to do with them. I know that they are doing their absolute best to engage him. They're very animated and kind and friendly, and I appreciate them more than words can say. These speech therapists are a big part of my son's growth. They write appropriate goals to help him with social skills. They monitor the progress on these goals. They submit reports a few times throughout the year. They do assessments when necessary. But it is too easy for him to mentally check out from a screen. When my son is in person, he feels more engaged, therefore he participates more. These pragmatic language skills are not something that we can afford to not prioritize. I have emailed the board about this, and I thank Diane Ferrucci and CC Grubbs, as they were the only two board members to acknowledge my email. The board has yet to actively address the issue of small groups and special education services moving to in-person learning, so I am feeling hopeful about tonight's meeting. Please be transparent in your decision, as well as the science, discussion, and thought that leads to any lack of approval. There are so many schools successfully doing this. Surely Benicia can as well. Thank you.
My name is Brittany Sapien, and tonight I'm speaking to item 13.2, small groups and one-to-one services. I am the mother of 3 kids in our district, and our twins are in kindergarten. Both are autistic and have active IEPs. I ask the board to approve small groups and one-to-one services. Please put yourselves in the positions of parents with children with disabilities and allow parents the choice to send their kids back to the classroom. Small groups and one-to-one services are designed to serve children of the greatest need. These are not just academic services, these are medical services as well, such as occupational therapy, adapted PE, speech therapies. How can you all continue to postpone providing a place for in-person learning, a place where these services could be adequately provided and received? Many of the teams that work with these children have admitted to the parents as well as others have stated, that these services need to be provided in person for them to be best well received. The children need to be in person. The board has been shocking to us with your decisions. How many more studies have to be completed and professionals speaking publicly in favor of returning students to the classroom for their voices to be heard? Please follow the science. Listen to Dr. Fauci, as he's quite literally the authority on this subject. It is time to open schools, and it's time to follow the laws of FAPE, IDEA, and the Rehabilitation Act. Please be transparent in your decision making. This time round, base your decisions off science and facts, whether small groups and one-to-one services are approved or not. Parents have a right to know why and how you reach the decisions. And lastly, it would also be very appreciated if board members returned emails when their constituents reached out to them. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Karen Dillon. I'm at 929 Rose Drive in Benicia, and I'm calling on the agenda 13.2. I'm calling to advocate for the children in need of small group instruction as soon as possible. I reviewed Dr. Leslie Beatson's presentation and respect the opinions reported for returning in-person instruction during the purple tier. I hope our board members can focus on opening structures for the 4,500 Benicia students and not the politics of other personal issues they might want to highlight on. Please focus on the students. Like Mark Maselli stated in an interview with the Benicia Herald, I quote, "It seemed to me that the decision-making was made on one end, the administrative end, and the teachers and parents and other groups were being left out of the decision-making process," end quote. I urge the board to listen to Newsom's own words, I quote, "You find whatever you look for. If we want to find reasons not to open, we'll find plenty of reasons," Newsom added. "If we want to start building on ways to strategize to find ways to getting where we want to go, we'll figure that out as well," end quote. Please make the right decision in this meeting and advocate for our children. Thank you for your time.
Jimmy Ferrucci, item 13.2. Good evening, Benicia School Board and members of the public. My name is Jimmy Ferrucci, a parent of 2 children in our district. This is in regards to the agenda item 13.2. I simply ask to reopen the schools immediately for our children within the guidance of the appointed health officials, state, local, and federal laws. Without wasting time quoting numerous sources of respected guidance, the summation is schools can safely open. I desperately ask you to remove the date deadline for school reopening and base it solely on when you are legally approved to do so. I would rather see, and would respect more, another revote than see this pushed down the road any further. Understanding your date is designed to correspond with a break in instruction, but realistically, 1, 2, or 3 extra days of education can and will make a difference. Science is dictating it is safe to open for instruction with the proper safety precautions. There has been ample time for the district to be prepared, to which I am sure you are. Please be an advocate for all the individuals under your direction, equally and regardless of your personal agendas. Thank you for your time.
My name is David Sells, and I'm leaving a public comment for item number 12.3. I'm a parent of children that attend both Robert Semple and Benicia Middle Schools, and I just want to draw attention to the racial inequity in our schools today. I'm in support of a district-wide racial equality goal to be created in order to prioritize equity for our children of color. I would like to see anti-racist trainings, which include restorative justice practices, race and equity trainings, and trauma-informed teachings for our teachers and staff. Along with this, I would like to advocate for all of our children to have equitable access to curriculum that is reflective and representative of cultures in our community. I ask that the district consider the 1619 project curriculum along with a plan to provide for our teachers with the support needed to bring this into their daily teaching. Thank you so much for listening to my comment.
Andrew Barrett, Hillcrest Avenue. I want to speak to say that I support Benicia School Board members Mark Maselli and Sherry Zarda. I believe a recall would waste time, energy, and money that could be used for our students instead.
Hello, my name is Maria Socorro. I live on Hillcrest, and I support Benicia board members Mark Maselli and Sherry Sada. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Lawley Pettit, and I live on Military East in Benicia. I wanted to comment in order to give my support for school board members Zada and Maselli. I do not support the recall. I think it is costly and unnecessary. I would rather see the money and the energy go towards finding creative ways for us to be able to get the kids back into school as soon as is safe. I'd also like the consideration for small groups to include a consideration of what our existing and possible resources are to be able to do this to keep our students and our families safe. Thank you very much.
My name is Leah Wilson. My address is 480 Viewmont Street, and I have a comment addressing 12.3 and 13.2. My name is Leah Wilson. I'm a Simple parent, and it has been my privilege to be an active member of the Simple community. I love our little school. First, I would like to express my support for the 2 board members who are being targeted for recall. I believe a recall will be a waste of time and money when we have neither to spare. And I have heard no reasonable explanation for why these 2 are specifically targeted. Second, regarding reopening of school, I hope the majority of trustees continues to make the safety of our kids, our teachers and staff, and the community at large the top priority. In calling for rapid reopening, many people bring up the recent CDC report, but we shouldn't be sloppy with those references. The report stated schools may be safe to open and listed very specific mitigation measures. So here are my questions. Is the district advocating for or organizing teacher and staff vaccinations? Is there a large stock of high-quality masks available to staff and students? What measures have been taken to improve ventilation and air purification in school buildings? Are there plans to make regular COVID testing available to all students and staff to quickly identify asymptomatic infected people? And are there adequate contact tracing plans in place for when someone tests positive? Everyone wants our kids back in school when it's safe. Everyone believes they're acting in the best interest of their children. Most families are struggling in some way in virtual learning. My family is struggling. But the pandemic is a reality. Schools do not exist in a vacuum. Teachers and staff deserve to be safe, and I do not believe going back before it is truly safe is the answer. Last, regarding equity, I would like to voice my support for an LCAP goal related to racial equity. I ask that you provide our teachers and staff with substantive anti-racist and equity training, including both restorative justice and trauma-informed teaching practices. This must be done to ensure a safe and equitable learning environment for our students of color. However, restorative justice and trauma-informed teaching practices will in fact benefit all BUSD students, especially as all kids have experienced differing levels of trauma due to the pandemic and will need support when they do return to our school buildings. Thank you for your time.
Yes, my name is Joan Westerman. I live in Benicia, and I'm calling to speak on a non-agendized matter. I will begin my comment right now. Thank you to all 5 members of our school board for making the decision in January to not bring students back into the classroom until it is safe for them, their families, and staff. Special thanks to Sherry Zeta and Mark Maselli for the extreme courage you've had to muster to protect us all, students, parents, grandparents, teachers, and staff, in the face of a cancel culture that seeks to silence voices with whom they disagree. We are all very unhappy with this COVID world in which people are dying, losing their businesses and jobs, having to learn in an online school, unable to be with our friends and family due to the risk. I teach seniors who want their prom, pep rallies, and a large celebration on the football field for graduation, which sadly won't be possible unless the spread is slowed enough to take us down several tiers from our current purple tier. Fears have given way to anger, and trustees Zeta and Maselli have inequitably been singled out as scapegoats. I am sorry and sad to see this happening within our family town that has always been a place of safety and security. Benicia has been spared the many deaths in other communities due in part to your efforts to keep the spread of this deadly pandemic to a minimum. Thank you. I understand fears that your child may not be keeping up with the children in private schools that have more resources and safety protocols that it appears we have to keep everyone safe. St. Dominic's is able to follow CDC guidelines of having stable cohorts because children kindergarten through 8th grade have their own classrooms and don't mix. Their teachers use no-touch instant read thermometers to take temperatures of each child before they enter the classroom every morning, something we can't do. Additionally, Sacred Heart in Atherton has 2 nurses testing students and staff weekly for COVID, pre-kindergarten through 12th grade, with the test couriered over to Stanford. It seems very inequitable that the wealthy can afford the safety that allows them to choose to learn in the presence of a teacher rather than their online presence. How will we address the issue of equity for demographic groups of Black, African American, Hispanic, and Latino that the CDC says are 2.8 times more likely to die from the virus? So nationally, parents of Black and Hispanic children are 19% and 8% respectively less likely than parents of white students to choose to send their kids back to full-time in-person instruction. When it is safe, how can we return in a way that keeps all students safe so we do not exacerbate educational inequity? Lastly, but not leastly, how can we keep teachers and all staff safe so that we can safely return to our school buildings and get off online classes? Can you facilitate getting us vaccinated like Napa has done for all of their teachers and staff? Teachers, even young teachers, have been getting COVID. Some are fine, while others have disabilities, have died, or brought COVID home to at-risk family members with similar outcomes. We're all afraid of negative outcomes from COVID, albeit different negative outcomes. Instead of channeling our fear into destructive anger and selective and expensive recall efforts, can we not work together in love to do our best to keep everyone learning safely? Sincerely, John.
Hi, my name is Paige Ellinger. I have 2 children at Roberts Temple. I wanted to say first that I support 12-3 equity, and I wanted to just continue to show my support for hoping that we adopt anti-racist trainings for teachers and the 1619 project curriculum and anything else we can do. I hope we can move it along a little faster. And last, I wanted to show my support for our board members, Mark Maselli and Sherry Zeta, and I'm very grateful that they've worked so hard to try to protect our students. And I just think it's unforgivable and unconscionable, the attacks that have been happening against them, and criminal. And I hope that we can protect them and stop this, because this illness has been politicized to a degree that's just insane. And I'm grateful for our board members who have worked so hard to protect our children and to be a voice for them and create a shelter. Thank you.
That's all the public comment we have.
Thank you so much for making this happen, Michael. And thank you to everybody that took the time to call. It looks like this method of being able to share your thoughts is worked really well, in my opinion. And we'll continue to do that at future meetings. So thank you all for your thoughtful words, or your just anything that you had to share. We are listening. Thank you so much. With that, we're going to move on to a consent calendar action items. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered by the board to be routine and approved by the board in one motion. There will be no discussion on these items unless members of the board, staff, or public request items to be pulled and discussed. So I'd like to see if we have a motion to approve the consent calendar as presented.
I'll move to make a motion to approve the consent calendar as presented.
That's a mouthful. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor, say aye. Oh no, we're going to do a roll call vote. Yeah. We're going to do a roll call vote. Sorry, that's a new thing here. You're muted, Georgina. Yes.
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 And we need to also share some information. We're accepting some gifts to the district, and I have that right here, which is item number 11.3. Benicia Unified School District received from Benicia's Heritage Presbyterian Church a gift of $250 to Robert Semple's Giving Tree to make sure that all of the families that needed meals at the holidays got one. So we want to really, really thank them from the bottom of our hearts for helping support our families in need. Really, thank you so much from all of us to all of you. All right, we're going to move on to, oh yes, the resolution. Now, do I need to read this whole thing? Or no? Okay, I'd like to make. Okay, I'd like to find out the resolution number 20-21-12 of Benicia Unified School District is authorizing competitive negotiations for E-rate priority 1 data circuits, public contract code section 20118.2. So we need to do a roll call. We're ready. Yes.
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 Thanks, everybody. We're going to go ahead and move on to discussion items. Our first item, and I'm really pleased to have him here. I reached out to Dr. Matias and asked, he's the Solano County Health Officer, Deputy Director. He's been very instrumental on our Thursday afternoon meetings. And so we really welcome him to give his information that he feels is the important things that we need to know right now. He's an expert in his field. And I would like to welcome Dr. Matias. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. I don't have so much comments to make unless you want me to, as much as questions. I'm willing to answer questions.
And that's good too. I wondered if you could just share a little bit of what you stated today in our, that would be wonderful. And then I'm going to open it up for questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
As I assume you all know, for the past 4 months, we've been going through a very substantial COVID surge in the county. But over the past couple of weeks, we've seen a very, very significant reduction in the cases. We've about 3 weeks ago, we were running at about 360 to 400 cases being reported per day. In the last 3 days, we've been averaging about 110 cases reported per day. So our most recent 7-day average for cases is about 140 per day, which is about where we were before Halloween. And so we are certainly not back at a level where we can go from the purple tier to the red tier, but we are doing substantially better. And in addition to having substantially fewer cases being reported, we also have a much lower positivity rate. We had peaked at around 30%, and we're now down to about 12.5%. And in terms of hospitalizations, about 3 weeks ago, we were, or even 2 weeks ago, we were looking at over 175 people being hospitalized each day with COVID, and now, as of today, we're at 104. So that's come down as well. And our ICU availability has gone up. It's about 30% roughly today. And so all of those metrics are indicating that we are emerging from this most recent peak and are coming back down to much more reasonable levels. I don't know how long it's going to take before we get down to a level that allows us to go back to the red tier. That requires that we have fewer than 30 cases occurring per day. I don't see that happening imminently. But you know, the passing of passing the threshold of 110 cases per day has an impact for your board, because at the current time, the way that the state has structured return to school, small groups, cohorts can occur at any time, but they have limitations and requirements. The limitations are 16 people maximum between instructors and attendees, And they're intended really for children with special learning needs, with children with disabilities, et cetera. And the idea has been to permit this sort of environment of small group education and tutoring. The opening at this point of TK through 6, however, does require two things. It requires you as a district to have submitted and had approved a plan that conforms to the state's guidelines, the OSHA guidelines, the CDPH guidelines, and the DOE guidelines. There is a template, but it does require thoughtful consideration on your part about a whole host of issues about how you would reopen and how you would assure safety in the reopening of the TK through 6 cohort. The threshold, the second issue related to that is that the threshold that we have to pass as a county is to get below 110 cases per day. So we're pretty much almost there. I mean, the last 3 days would certainly qualify, but we have to have a 5-day period of being in that range. We've seen a lot of ups and downs in the numbers, and I would probably be very uncomfortable stating to you that we are there, because I think we have Super Bowl weekend ahead of us, and it's anyone's guess what that's going to do to the numbers. The good news is it's going to be delayed by about a week to 2 before we really see anything. So it is going to give schools an opportunity, at least a window, I think, in the early part of next week to be able to qualify to reopen TK through 6, assuming that you have an appropriate plan and that you implement all of the requirements faithfully. The next threshold is going to take much longer to reach, and that's to get down into the red tier and be there for a week, which means we have to get down to below 30 cases per day. We need to be at that level for 2 weeks before we can even go to the red tier, and then for a week in the red tier. So realistically, even when we first get to that point, you're looking at 3 weeks before you would be able to reopen above grade 7 and up in terms, middle school and high school. So again, you want to think of it in 3 groups of opportunities. One is small groups. You are permitted to do that at any time. The other is TK through 6. We are on the threshold of reaching that opportunity. And then finally, the middle school, high school, which honestly I think is unlikely to occur before early March, just because of where we are. We're already week into February. We're still at 100 plus cases per day. By the time we drift down to 30 and are there for 3 weeks, it's going to be a while. So in terms of the numbers in the county, those are what they mean to you. It is also very helpful that in the county we are decompressing our healthcare system so that it can be more responsive. That has been threatened for a period of about a month, really, and now we're beyond that, which is really, really helpful. Related to all of that are all kinds of other things that are happening in a very dynamic fashion with respect to sports. That's a moving target. It's really hard to know what the story is with that. Different groups have different opinions. At the moment, it's just outdoor fitness, but as you all know, that can change at any time in terms of the return of team sports. It would be very weird, in my opinion, to have team sports and not have in-person education, but that is not an impossible scenario to have evolve. The other news related to all of this has to do with vaccination. And the truth about vaccination is that it's very different from what's being reported. It is really not a haphazard, messed up system. It's actually operating very smoothly here in Solano County. And in part, that has to do with the fact that we have extraordinarily good relationships with our hospitals. We're actually relatively unique in that regard. Maybe a handful of other counties have the kinds of relationships we have with the hospital CEOs. And we are working with them in tandem on the distribution of vaccine and on vaccination campaigns. You all were witness to that last Tuesday when you had people from Kaiser, the county, and multiple other entities working together to vaccinate a large number of people in Benicia. We're going to see the same thing happen this weekend in Vallejo. So we are actively working in the county with our hospital partners to make sure that the vaccine is delivered as quickly as is reasonable to the right people. And that has proven to be very tricky. And the biggest story that I think is being misspoken is the issue of holding back vaccine. I think it's very easy to forget that the 2 vaccines that have been approved are 2-dose vaccines. You need to get the second dose at the right timing, or you don't get the benefit of the vaccine that we are intending for you. And the state and the federal government have been exceptionally bad at maintaining constant flow of vaccine. And what they're telling us is, oh, trust us, use all the vaccine you get. In 3 weeks, you'll get the vaccine for the next dose. But then it never happens. It has never happened that we get the right amount of vaccine for the second dose. So the hospitals are basically not trusting the distribution system, and they are holding the first and second dose for people so that they can make sure that people are actually vaccinated properly. In my opinion, medically, that is the only correct thing to do. And I realize that it's being misreported as hoarding and not taking advantage of vaccines that are available. But you have to realize it's a 2-dose vaccine. And if you mess up on the timing, you have essentially wasted the vaccine. And so I actually think the problem here is that the expectation messaging by the governor and the feds has been extremely inaccurate. And so you need to know what's happening in your community. In your community, healthcare is trying to be smart. Now, to be fair, we don't hold back 1 vaccine for each person. We hold back 1 vaccine for each 2 or 3 people because we know we'll get some second dose vaccine, but we also know we'll never get the full amount. So essentially, when we get, say, 10,000 doses of vaccine, we'll probably vaccinate 7,000 people with that. If we were to vaccinate 10, then 2,000 or 3,000 would go unvaccinated for their second dose. And so that's the reality of how vaccine is being handled. So when I say that we are putting out vaccine as quickly as we can, that is a true statement, recognizing that we have to also allow for second doses for those same people. Now, keep in mind what the groups we've been vaccinating so far are a combination of critical infrastructure, healthcare and first response, and those people who are most likely to die of the disease. So to me, it's completely unethical to not make sure that that latter group gets 2 doses. And it's completely wasteful to not make sure the first group gets 2 doses. Because what we experienced in this surge was very high absenteeism in the healthcare community. We had 4 or 5 nursing homes almost have to shut down because so many of their staff were ill that they couldn't operate safely. So to not have those people be properly vaccinated and to not have the residents of those facilities properly vaccinated makes no sense at all. And so that's why the pace of vaccination in our county is what it is. We get a lot less vaccine as a county per capita than other counties do because a lot more of our vaccine goes directly to the hospital systems that operate in multiple counties. So there's something called multiple county entities, and these multi-county entities are those hospitals with hospitals in more than 1 county. I mean, sort of a simple term when you think about it. So Kaiser and Sutter are MCEs. They get their allocation directly through their corporate offices. So the county of Solano gets a lot less vaccine than the public health departments of Yolo, Marin, Contra Costa, Napa. They all get way more per capita than we do because they have such poorer coverage of healthcare by the MCEs than we do. In Solano County, some 80% of our residents are healthcare covered by the MCEs, 80%. So that only leaves 20% to give to me. In Yolo, there's 1 hospital, and so probably 80% goes to the health officer. In Marin and in Napa, 80% goes to the health officer. They've got 1 hospital each. So the ones in Marin and Napa aren't even MCEs. So that means that they have more control at the health officer level with distribution than we do in our county. Now, that sounds like a bad deal, but it's really not because Kaiser and Sutter are faithfully vaccinating the same groups of people that we are, so they are using vaccine wisely and appropriately. But what it means is that when we try to set up a campaign in Benicia, we got to limit it to 1,500 people because we only got 1,500 doses that week. And, that means I can't do a 10,000 person campaign this weekend at the fairgrounds because we don't get that kind of a volume. So there are some downs that come with it. The up is our healthcare system in our county is incredible. We have 5 hospitals that provide care to our residents. That's a very, very high hospital per capita ratio. And that means that most of the time we're benefiting tremendously from having those assets. But right now, when it comes time to vaccine distribution, unfortunately, it has an impact on us. So the pace of our ability to vaccinate is slower than is the case with some of our neighbors. There was a press release issued by the Bay Area health officers, I think either today or yesterday. I can't remember. I wrote it yesterday, so I probably went out today. And what you'll find in that is half of the Bay Area counties are vaccinating 65 and up, and the other half are 75 and up. And the ones that are 75 and up are the ones like us, where we have access to less vaccine per capita than those other counties do. So, it makes it seem like it's unfair, uneven, but not really, because we had way better health care throughout this pandemic than those other counties. Those counties that are doing 65 and up, we're sending their patients to us because they had nowhere near enough when they were having a surge. We never had to send patients out of county. So, the upside is better health care. The downside is a slower pace of vaccination. Now, that affects you mostly because of the desire to vaccinate the educators. Right. So that where we are right now in our county is phase 1A, tier 3, which means that we have vaccinated the majority of the healthcare workers and the residents and staff of the long-term care facilities in our county. Unfortunately, we still have one very large group of healthcare workers that we've only barely touched, and the IHSS workforce, the in-home support services workforce, of which we have 5,000 in our county, and we've only vaccinated a couple of hundred. So that is still a group we have to reach out to and vaccinate in tier 2 of phase 1A. In tier 3, there are a couple of groups we have not yet touched. We haven't touched pharmacists, and we haven't touched mortuary workers. And when you think about it, if you look at the specifics in the tiers, you see a lot of politics. Mortuary workers is a great example of pure politics. They deal with dead people. Dead people do not transmit COVID. There's absolutely no rational reason for mortuary workers to be in phase 1A, tier 3. It's an absolutely inappropriate decision based on risk, but politics is powerful, and managed to get themselves up there. So did the dentists. So did the pharmacists. Again, none of these being critical infrastructure and none of them being high risk. So having said, appreciate that we have to still deal with that. It's there. We're obligated to follow the tiers as provided to us by the state. And so we don't get, so 75 and up, we put up into tier 3 of phase 1A. Most other people have left it in phase 1B, tier 1. And we did that because 75-year-olds are much more important to me to be vaccinated than the IHSS workers. So this way we're doing them in parallel instead of having to finish one before we go to the other. Now the phase that we are preparing to enter then is phase 1, tier 1. Phase 1B, tier 1 is a nightmare. It's a nightmare because it contains multiple groups that are extremely large. It contains people 65 to 74 with underlying health conditions, 65 to 74 with no underlying health conditions. That's about 50,000 people. It includes agriculture workers. It includes the food industry workers. That's about 60,000 people. And then it includes teachers. And I don't know how many teachers we have in the county, but I'm going to guess it's a few thousand. And, it might even be 10,000. I mean, I don't even have a number in terms of what we're looking at when we're talking about teachers. So we have to find a way to vaccinate all of those people in some order that makes sense. Obviously, we'll be taking more than one group at a time, but I need you to appreciate that I am being asked to weigh the value of vaccinating 65 to 74. Now, keep in mind, in our county, 80% of the people who have died are 65 and over. That's where our deaths are occurring. So that is a very high risk group of people. And we are seeing increasing numbers of deaths from this most recent surge, and they're in that age group. And so that is a very high priority if the goal of vaccination is to protect people from dying. And then we have agriculture workers, which makes no sense to me at all. There's no spread in the fields. This was, again, driven by anecdotal problems that occurred earlier among farm workers on vineyards and in a few other situations. But we're not harvesting right now, and those farm workers aren't present. And so what we would be doing is vaccinating farmers themselves who have not been at higher risk. Nonetheless, they're in that ag work group, and we have to do it if we embrace that group. And then, we also have teachers. And teachers are many in number. Now, the good news in vaccinating teachers is that it's probably very feasible to do it by identifying a handful of schools to house the vaccine clinics, something in North in Central, something in South County. I mean, I think that that's a logical way to do it. I imagine you guys don't have so much trouble with Vallejoans that you wouldn't be able, willing to have both of you being vaccinated at the same site. And, Fairfield, Sassoon, Rio Vista can be at a site, and then Dixon, Vacaville, et cetera. So I think that we can probably set up multiple clinics to try to get at the teachers. But the problem is, I don't know that we're going to get enough vaccine to do even one school district if I'm also having to distribute it to people 65 to 74 with serious underlying health issues.
So
again, those people number about 30,000. So it's not a trivial number of people. And we still haven't done the 5,000 IHSS workers who are in a higher tier. And then we would be asked to be doing the thousands of teachers. And so I think we want to be as helpful to the community as we can be in terms of helping school get back. And educators, the unions have made it clear to the governor that they refuse to reopen unless they are vaccinated. Okay, fine. I understand where they're coming from. This is not really a problem that comes from a bad place. It's actually really, really wonderful that so many people want to be vaccinated. I actually think we have to remember that that's a good problem, that it's just logistically it's hard to actually be able to implement a solution for it. So in any event, we're going to do the best we can. We're going to coordinate with SCOE to try to figure out how to do this. The problem we're going to run into is that we're going to have to prioritize among the school districts because there's no way we can do all of them at the same time. And I have no idea how that decision is going to be made. I'm going to leave that up to the superintendents to fight with each other, and then tell us what makes this the most sense for you guys. And so we will, I think, try to be doing some school districts at the same time as we're doing the 65 plus. I believe that will be our plan. I think what we can try to do is hold mass vax clinics and have the hospitals cover the 65 to 74 cohort, and then public health can actually, while we're doing the long-term care facilities and the senior housing projects, also be able to do some clinics with the schools. I mean, I think logistically that's what probably is going to make the most sense. But the problem is doses. We got 5,000 doses this week. We're giving away 5,000 doses this week. So, like we have extra. And until that supply increases, we're just going to be looking at week by week as to what we can do. And I appreciate that makes your planning extremely difficult. I get that. And I'm not trying to suggest otherwise. I mean, I think that this is a real problem for all of us. But I need you to understand that if I'm holding back on doing a school district, it's because I'm putting it into the arms of people who I believe are at far higher risk of a bad outcome, and they have to be prioritized from the standpoint of saving lives. And so I'm sure that we're all going to be frustrated at the pace, but I also just want to make sure we're transparent about how we're going to be making these decisions. So anyway, that's sort of I think where we are with vaccine right now. It all comes down to volume of available doses. The more we have, the more we can get out. The venues don't bother me so much. Teachers are not going to be hard. And we're negotiating with Safeway Pharmacy so we can use them as an outlet for like IHSS workers that's closer in their community and use that for catch up on 75 plus. We'll try to probably do bigger mass vaccination type clinics like the fairgrounds and like Benicia in order to catch the people 65 to 74. I think that probably is just the most efficient way to do general public. And I think that, everyone's going to do the best they can. But I think we're going to have to be patient.
No, I totally hear you. And I've listened in on the calls and I know how much work has been going into the progress that you guys are making, even though it's little bits by little bits. So it doesn't look like we're going to be able to vaccinate teachers anytime in the near future. It will come, but it may not be as quick as we would like to see happen.
Well, and the other thing you need to know is that the governor's people, when they talk with us, the public health cohort, vacillate almost daily.
I know.
On what they're going to put into phase 1B tier 1.
I know. It's so
almost
hard.
Daily. I can't tell you how many times I flip-flopped on, oh yeah, teachers first. Oh no, 65-year-olds first. Oh no, these people first or those people first. And it's extremely difficult for us to do any kind of planning with that much of a dynamic set of instructions. And they keep promising that they're going to make an announcement and then they don't. And so then we have both groups angry at us because, they promised something. So we started getting ready for that. And then we have to back off and then everyone's angry.
I'm sorry. I'm
unfortunate.
sorry you guys are faced with that.
Oh, no, it's not
but you're-
that. I'm not asking for sympathy. I just want you to appreciate that we actually, if we could have, would have vaccinated the whole county by now. You know, that certainly was always our goal.
Yeah. Well, again, we thank you. And before, we don't want you to leave because I know our board members, I'm sure, have questions. But
I got nowhere to go. I'm already home. So.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. I know that Mrs. Martinez had said we're going to probably be running over the 10 o'clock mark since we're 9 minutes to 10. So what is it that I need to do as the president? Do I need to just request that we Okay. Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we continue our meeting this evening beyond 10 o'clock. Do I have a motion? Or do I have we're doing a roll call. Sorry, we're doing a roll call. You're muted. Oh, do I have a first?
I'll make a motion that we continue the meeting past our 10 o'clock limit.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Although we're going to do a roll call vote. Yes.
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 Okay. So now I would like to open it up to members that are here online that have questions for Dr. Matias. He's a specialist, you know, he is one of the lead people in Solano County, knows his stuff. So let's ask him some questions. I know, Dr. Gill, you had some questions earlier. I remember that. Would you like to? Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Zeta, President Zeta, and thank you, Dr. Matias, for joining us. And that was actually really helpful information. And I'm very happy that we got a chance to hear from you and learn lots of detailed information. So a couple of questions, because we are working on our COVID-19 prevention plan program right now. As you mentioned, as part of the CSP, that's one of the requirements for the CalOSHA. And there were a couple of questions that came up that we are kind of thinking about, but not really know exact answers or responses to. So I'll share the first one with you. The first one was testing of employees. So if we with CSP, and we were looking at the CDPH guidelines, that booklet that came out, I remember exactly, even on page 39, it talks about testing of employees and students. And I do remember seeing something where in a table that if the cases are over 14 or higher in 100,000, the testing needs to be weekly, the PCR testing, or twice a week antigen testing. So is that correct that if we open school, let's say for 3K through 6th, while we are still in purple for in-person learning, that we have to do weekly testing, or we don't? I mean, or is it like every other month? Because that's where the confusion is. Some people are saying, it's supposed to be encouraged, or it's supposed to be every so often, but also some people are saying, it's supposed to be weekly.
That's a really interesting question. First of all, my read of that requirement is that it's optional. So I don't believe you're required to do any testing. But if you accept money from the state for testing, you must follow that paradigm.
Okay.
It's up to you whether you want to seek money from the state for testing. Right now, there's no money that's been made available. There's the promise of money. It's all tied up with the legislative discussions. To my knowledge, no decisions have been made, so I don't even know if money will be available. But the idea is if they pay you to do it, you got to do it their way.
Okay.
So let me note something that I view as a significant irony in that. Your teachers refuse to come back until they're vaccinated. They're vaccinated, they're immune. Why are we testing? What would be the point of testing an immune population? So I'm not really tracking with that. That seems very ironic to me. And if you were to ask me for my advice, I'd say, why would you waste your time testing people who aren't going to get sick? That leaves the students, but the students are a whole different problem, because now you need to get consent from their parents.
Mm-hmm.
all you got to do is send them home if they're sick. And oh, by the way, the students really don't seem to pass it around very much, and they hardly ever get sick. So if your only problem is spread among students, then and you don't have a problem with the teachers, the point of testing has greatly diminished value.
Are you saying, though, that the asymptomatic aspect with students isn't even an issue? I mean, the concept of them taking it home, you hear stories all the time about them
Sure.
taking it home and infecting family members.
Yeah, you do, but you know what? Schools have been closed since last May. 11% of our positive cases, thousands, are students. How do you think they're getting it? They're not getting it in school.
Right. But would it be worse if they were in school?
Well, they weren't in school, and my point is they still got it in very high proportions, and that's just the ones who were sick enough to get, who had anything, so we even bothered to test them. It could be that half the students in your school system have already been exposed.
And what if they're asymptomatic? They might not get sick. There might not be an outward thing, but without testing them, finding out they have it, you can't warn parents, you can't warn grandparents that they might live with that, they could be carrying it.
My point is they're already spreading it, and the school environment is unlikely to do anything to modify their transmission risk. They wouldn't be positive if they weren't already spreading it. They're spreading it among friends. They're already spreading it in families. They are just as much victims of the holiday season as their parents were. And the idea that you would own responsibility for protecting the family by testing at school is what you are raising. That's an ethical issue that I think you guys should talk about because that has some merit. But the whole point is you're not supposed to reopen if you can't assure safety. And if you assure safety, you shouldn't have spread.
And the question is, what does it take to ensure safety? Because that was my question. Newsom seems to change the goal, line in terms of what it takes. The numbers have changed per 100,000 in terms of what's safe to go back and not go back. And I've heard him say, oh, well, it's safe, you can go back. But he's not saying, these are the things you need to do directly, like testing on a weekly basis, 6 foot social distancing in classrooms between people, the quality of the masks that are being worn. I mean, if people want to complain about science, what is okay? It doesn't seem to be Newsom. I get the CDC, I get Fauci and that, but it doesn't seem to me that Newsom is making his decisions based on some scientific aspect as much as it is political and the push to go back.
Well, and I can't really respond to that because I think it may have political implications and it's not appropriate for me to respond to that.
Okay.
What I will say is this. We have had in our county 10 schools open throughout this period, through the surge, and not a single one of them had a cluster. Not a single one of them had spread in the school environment. So they knew what to do to protect their students and staff, because they were all unvaccinated, from spread. So my response to you is it's actually quite straightforward what you need to do. The OSHA guidelines and the DOE guidelines and the CDPH guidelines are very clear. And when implemented, our evidence is that it works. I will, in fact, note that I'm not aware of any school system in the Bay Area that had an outbreak in the school environment. And so I do believe that you can operate your schools safely if you adhere to the social distancing requirements that are in that CSP. And it doesn't come from Newsom. It comes from OSHA, and it comes from the state health department, and it comes from DOE. So, if you want to do it safely, you have the opportunity. If you want to use the possibility of failure of the system as a reason not to reopen, you can certainly do that as well. I completely concur with the essence of what the governor said, which is that we all have confirmation bias. And it is not difficult to look for evidence to support our preconceptions. And I am not going to talk you into anything that you don't want to do. It's not my place to do that.
Okay.
To inform you. And I'm telling you that if you want to operate safely, you can. We have proof of that by virtue of TK to 6, 10 schools that have been open, going back to October, November, December. And so November, December. And so we know that even in the worst of it, they were able to operate safely. That's sort of kind of on you guys as to what you're willing to do to operate safely. But you can also make the argument that until you have more certainty, that you don't think it's a good idea to reopen. And I think that's a valid argument too. You represent your community, and the community is different from other communities, and you have to clearly be mindful of that. I think that the other thing that I'm finding somewhat ironic here is that teachers are insisting on vaccination before return. The soonest we're looking at return is probably March. Don't you guys have finals in April? How hard would it be for them to then say, well, why don't we just wait till next school year? And then why did I bother vaccinating 10,000 people now that I could have waited until August to vaccinate, and I could have done the 65 plus year olds? So I need certainty about the reopening of schools if I'm going to go ahead and take vaccine away from high risk elderly and give it to teachers. And you know, I don't know how to obtain that certainty. It's not my place to talk to the unions to get it. But I do think that it's important for school districts to be very honest about your willingness to go back if teachers are vaccinated. And, you know, and what does that mean for the community? Well, I'll tell you this, by the time your schools can reopen, not only will all of your teachers be vaccinated, but all of your students' elderly grandparents who wanted to be will be vaccinated too. So this argument that your school is going to be a breeding ground for germs that kids take home to their grandparents, that's not an accurate statement, because those very grandparents will have already had the opportunity for vaccination. And if they're not, it was because they chose not to.
When is this time period that you're talking about that all the teachers are vaccinated and the grandparents? I mean, when you're talking about
I think we're looking at mid-March, right, which would be the earliest that would be feasible to reopen the schools. Because think about it, by the time I can start vaccinating your teachers, right, we're probably looking at mid-February at the earliest. It's not going to be next week. So we're looking maybe at the third week of February, right? If that's the case, then I have to wait a month for the second vaccine. We're talking about mid-March before they're vaccinated. Okay. And I will have had vaccine out there widely in the community for people 65 and over. So realistically, the parents and grandparents of your students who would be considered high risk will have in fact been vaccinated.
By mid-March, you're saying?
Yeah, by the time you could feasibly reopen based on what the unions are asking for, sure. Now, not every parent and grandparent will be vaccinated, but that's by their choice.
Right. You can't do anything if people refuse it.
Right. And I don't know that you want to ethically own the responsibility of kids taking it home to people who didn't want to be vaccinated. And so, you know, I think if you work through the various pieces of this puzzle, you're going to have a vaccinated cohort. You're going to have kids who live in families that, if they want to be vaccinated, have been. What is the point of testing?
I'm
not saying don't do it. I'm just saying you don't need to.
No, but what I'm saying is once everyone's vaccinated, I would wholeheartedly agree with you. But if we're being asked to go back before people are vaccinated, I think testing becomes a very important aspect.
Oh, I agree. Actually, prior to vaccination, you've got a susceptible cohort.
Right.
I agree that you want to be vaccinating testing. And I will tell you that the schools that are open that we have helped provide testing for have used it and have found it to be very helpful. The diocese, for example, operates multiple schools here and many more in Sacramento. Mm-hmm. And they've been testing very aggressively, and they have had tremendous success at preventing any spread by virtue of regular testing. So aggressive testing has a role in a situation where people are not vaccinated.
Right. That's what I was getting at in terms of the.
So Dr. Marius, I just got a question from one of our staff members who's asking, is it only teachers or is it other staff members too? Because
that's a great question.
Other staff members who work at school sites and with.
It's the entire education system. It's not just teachers.
Okay, so all educators basically.
It's the education system. So it'd be all personnel who are in the schools would be considered part of that cohort. That's why the number is so large.
Got it.
Dr. Mateus, can you just clarify something that when you're talking mid-March, you were referencing our 7th through 12th graders before when you broke down the three breakdowns.
Right. Okay. So there are two things in mid-March. One is you can submit your plans to open TK through 6 probably as early as next week.
Okay.
Because we're below 110. But I believe your union has made it clear that they will not come back to teach until they're vaccinated. So even though you could, in theory, start next week, I don't think you'll be able to start next week because I don't think you're going to have a teacher workforce willing to do, person-to-person teaching or, in-school teaching. And then if they're actually asking for vaccination as a prerequisite to teach, then you're looking at mid-March just because of the logistics of getting that many people vaccinated. And at the same time, you are going to find yourself by mid-March probably being able to reopen for middle and high school. But the teachers will already have been vaccinated because I don't know teachers what grade. Our plan is to vaccinate everybody at your schools.
Mm-hmm.
We'll have an already vaccinated workforce for the higher grades and the lower grades probably at about the same time. So what I'm saying is it's not infeasible that around mid-March, late March, you could reopen all of your schools. Now that creates a lot more headache for you because the requirements to operate safely for middle school and high school are different from the TK to 6, and you have to use all of those social distancing measures across that spectrum. And then you also have to pay close attention to your office workforce and barriers and X marks and all that sort of. I mean, you're talking about the entire school environment having to conform, and there would be that many more schools that you have to retrofit to be able to conform in that way. So I'm not suggesting your burden is trivial. I think it's actually quite significant. But it's a good point, ma'am, that by mid-March, in theory, you could be reopening all of your schools at roughly the same time if everything goes well. Now, the thing for the higher grade levels is that the disease rate has to drop. And I think it'll, but I can't be certain it'll drop.
You mean for the high grade level, 7th to 12th grade, we need to be in red at least for 2 weeks?
Well, no, we have to be at red levels in purple to go to red.
Okay.
Be in red for a week.
Got it. Okay.
So that means we have to actually sustain fewer than 30 cases per day for 3 straight weeks.
Got it.
And I don't think that's impossible. I mean, we were there before, right? We were there before this most recent surge. We were in red for 6 weeks, so we easily could have reopened at that point. But we have to get back down there, and we're not even close, right? At 110 cases per day, at the rate that we're dropping, it's going to take a couple of weeks at least, and then it'd be 3 more weeks before you can reopen. So just mathematically, you're looking at mid-March.
And you had brought up the fact that that Super Bowl Sunday is this weekend, which could possibly
ruin it.
And not only that, we've got spring break coming up, and that's going to be another potential issue that we're going to have to face. I have one question about the new variants that are in California now. What are your thoughts on that? Like, how will that?
Well, they spread much more efficiently. That's the problem. But they still spread the same way. So if people are not getting together with family and friends and partying on the weekend, it's not going to make any difference whether we have the new variants or the old variant. But if they do, what it means is that we'll jump high much faster.
Okay.
So if we had widespread new variant now with Super Bowl weekend, it would be really, really bad compared to not having it. But if you had Super Bowl weekend, it wouldn't matter. So the problem is we do have these periods of time when people spend more time with each other. Spring break is a problem. And then if it lingers and we're back to Mother's Day through July 4th, we're going to have another spike. Because those are periods of time when people get together. And if the new variants are present at that time and we don't have enough people vaccinated, spread will be much faster than it would have been otherwise.
Okay, thank you for answering that. Leslie.
Hi, Doctor. Thanks for being here. Question about secondary, 7 through 12 education or 6 through 12 education. I know the recommendation is cohorting. That gets really tricky with secondary schedules where groups of kids go to first period and then they go off to a different class. They're not together. What is the, can you talk a little bit about, like, on a scale, is that really high that we need to try to do that for secondary to get them back?
That to me is one of many examples where I wonder if the people making the recommendations just emerged from a bubble society, like in their whole life. That is so completely weird. The whole point of middle and senior is that you're moving in non-fashion across a range of class types that suit your educational needs. I mean, that's the whole point of even having a high school. So no, you should not even contemplate that as an option. I don't see how that could possibly meet your educational goals.
Right, but isn't that part of when people talk about, oh, the CDC said we can go back? The study in that rural district in Wisconsin that they looked at, that they were cohorts. The kids stayed in cohorts.
Yeah.
So to say, I mean, we talk about safely going back, but then we're saying, oh, well, yeah, but that's something that would be too hard to do to go, if we go back. I mean, I don't know how you do it safely without following the safety guidelines. That's the
So
thing.
the thing they did in Wisconsin is one example. What they did in Singapore, in Finland, in Denmark, and in one other country was to not do cohorts, and they had no outbreaks either. Because the reality of children in that age group is that they click. They do not interact with strangers. They have friends and they have enemies. Interact with friends at school and out of school. So they're going to have the exact same spread dynamic whether you cohort them or not.
Even though they talk about that being one of the main, ways that the places here that did stayed safe was staying in cohorts.
Well, that's because the ones here weren't high grades. The ones here have to be cohorts because they're the ones TK through 6. They didn't have a choice but to do cohort. TK through 6 is a cohortable environment.
No, I get that, obviously, but these districts that the CDC used in their study, are you telling me that they were all elementary districts?
Yep. Well, those are the only ones open hardly anywhere in the country.
Okay, so then we're talking about just with secondary. You're talking about, all right, I get it. You can't look at that. Obviously, you can't cohort in secondary. Everyone knows that. And we're not saying just throw caution to the wind and go for it. But
No. You're still doing social distancing in that group. I'm not saying that they have to wear masks. They have to be seated with proper distance. You have to have controls in the hallway, controls in the bathroom, cafeteria. You absolutely have to do what the OSHA plan requires. The point is, cohorting as an additional protection is irrelevant in that group because they already self-cohort in their cliques. The problem is that those cohorts don't correspond to your classrooms.
Right, they're in different groups. They hang out with different people than they would be in classroom with.
Right, so you're going to end up having this. Right, so the situation you're going to run into is that you will have, with a case, contacts in multiple classes, and there's not going to be any avoiding that. But that's true with pertussis, meninge, every disease you've ever had in your school environment. We deal with that all the time with you in public health. That's never been a problem.
Dr. Gill, I saw your hand raised.
Yes, it's actually interesting that as we're talking and I'm getting text messages from staff to ask Dr. Marius questions. So I am going to ask a couple more questions, Dr. Marius. I apologize for that.
That's okay. I appreciate that you're actually joining us from Paris. I think that's really sweet of you.
I'm pretending to be happy in Paris right now. So one of the questions is that there was used to be guidance at one point that if there's a positive case in a classroom, so to speak, or office or anywhere, that the place needs to be closed for so many hours. We used to think it was 72 hours before we can send the cleaning crew to disinfect and so on. Then we found out that guidance changed to, I believe, 24 hours, that it only has to be closed for 24 hours before cleaning crew can go and disinfect and clean. Now we are hearing that it doesn't need to be closed at all. And so if there's a positive case, people can go in and clean within the same day and is safe. Even the cleaning the HVAC is safe. So could you please help us out with that, because we are trying to figure out what would be the best thing to do, because that is something we have to write in our COVID prevention plan.
So yeah, I think you look at the OSHA requirements. I thought that they were pretty clear about that timing. You just follow their requirements, and their requirements. It has to do with the time from the person who is ill having been in the environment, and the reality is you're not going to know that they're ill when they're in the environment. All you're going to do a test. A PCR test is going to take 2 days. So 24 hours from 2 days in the future means you don't have to worry about cleaning at that point. You see what I'm saying? Now, if you had rapid antigen testing in every room and you tested a symptomatic person in the room and they were positive, you'd probably want to wait 24 hours, clear the room out for 24 hours. But that's not a realistic situation. So the point is that the environmental cleaning can begin as you are aware, because time will have elapsed between the time you become aware and the time that the student was last in that setting.
Got it. So it's so if a student didn't come or an employee didn't come to the classroom 2 days before we found out, it's okay for us to just leave it open and clean, unless you said like antigen test, like that day we find out and they're there.
Right.
Then it's a different story. So
right.
Perfect. Okay. The second question is being asked is, there was time when it was said that touching surfaces is not safe, so be careful because it spreads through surfaces. So is it only spread through air droplets now, or is it spread through both surfaces and air droplets?
So the truth is that as a droplet-borne disease, it can be spread through direct respiratory and through intermediary objects. The virus gets onto your respiratory secretions. If you cough or sneeze or spit when you talk, then there is a direct person-to-person transmission, in the form of droplets. But if you cough or sneeze onto a table, as long as that material remains wet, it remains a transmittable surface. The most common way that these diseases spread is not coughing into each other's face. It's your hand touching your face, shaking a hand or touching them, and then them touching their face. That's by far and away the most common. And so the hand is an intermediary fomite. So surfaces can function as an intermediary fomite. Where I think people go crazy is that they don't recognize that the likelihood of spread is based on dose. And the highest dose is when you actually have a wad of spit that you just sneezed onto the table. And if you clean it up or it dries out, there's just not enough virus left to transmit. But people get pretty wacky about this, and they insist on cleaning everything that they ever touch, with a disinfectant before they touch it. Cool, I don't have any problem with that. I think schools are wickedly dirty. The more you clean them, the better. There's like no downside to cleaning the school. But in terms of, does it actually pose a risk of transmission? No, if you think about it, almost all of the disease that has been transmitted in the past 4 months was in people's homes. And when it was in workplaces, it was with people who were hugging and kissing and sharing food. It's that level of close interaction that is effective at transmitting the virus. Now, I'm not saying that you cannot have transmission through airborne in rare situations. I think you can. And I'm not saying that you can't have transmission from a table or a doorknob in rare situations. I think you can. But 95% of the cases are spread exactly the same way every respiratory disease is spread. And there's no rocket science there. That's just plain old everyday what mom and grandma told you, from the day we were children. It's the passage of respiratory secretions from person A to person B. And that happens much more frequently with close contact than with not close contact. So I think that the whole thing around cleaning surfaces and cleaning rooms is far more about perception than about real risk of transmission. But perception is very important. Mm-hmm. You have to make your staff and your faculty and your students feel comfortable. And the concept of cleaning makes people feel comfortable. The smell of bleach and Lysol makes people feel comfortable, even though the chemicals that they're inhaling are far more dangerous for them than if they had never cleaned in the first place. But the point is, perception is valid, and the perception of cleaning is important. So you do what you need to do to be able to demonstrate that you did something, but I certainly wouldn't put any worry into the cleaning, the lack of cleaning as being a mode of transmission.
Thank you. Sorry, Dr. Gill. Mrs. Grubbs, did you have any questions?
No, not at this time. I appreciate you being here, Doctor. It's fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. Thank you.
Well, I work for you guys, so we're appreciative.
Dr. Moss?
I may have missed it because I got kicked off, but I just wanted to for clarification. So for the younger students, say TK to 3rd grade, 5th grade, for students who do come back into the school settings, is it recommended for temperature checks at all, or are we just kind of relying on the parent and the teacher's observation to make sure the students are okay?
That's a good question.
Temperature checks have not proven to be very helpful because you really only get a measurable temperature in as little as 5% of cases. And the temperature has to be high enough that everybody pretty much knows they have a fever at that temperature. So you'd really have to have someone who's actively avoiding the guidance to stay home when sick. But you'll probably also notice it. I mean, a 100.4 is not a trivial temperature, and people are going to be They're going to be flushed. They're going to probably show some evidence of being unwell. So most places have not found it helpful to do temperatures. Now, having said that, temperature is one of the symptoms, right? I mean, certainly above 100.4 would be an indicator that a person should not be in that environment. And there are probably some people where the temperature is all that they're going to manifest, right? And so I don't want to say that, that there's no value in doing temperatures as a way of identifying cases. I would say that it has an incredibly low yield and that you will miss 95 for every 5 that you find. And so you cannot rely on temperatures as a way of weeding people out who shouldn't be in the environment, because it's definitely not effective for that.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Yeah, you talked about studies in Singapore and various other countries. What is the deal if we want to look worldwide? Right now, Europe, Britain shut down their schools. Other parts of Europe are doing the same. Schools that were open. What is the situation there? Did they not follow these specific guidelines? Or, I mean, I know that's a question out of left field. And if you're like, dude, it's like Britain, it doesn't have anything to do with us, I get it. But if we're going to look at studies from other parts of the world, I'm wondering what is going on there and how do we avoid the opening up and then having this big rush and then having to shut it down again?
You're asking a really good question, and it's intriguing because it's clear from your question, I think, that you're associating the opening with transmission. Mm-hmm. What I would caution is that may actually just be an appearance and not a factual reality, because they all experienced disease for the same reason we did. Holidays where everybody's getting together with family and friends and not social distancing is when we have all throughout the world experienced very high rates of disease. And if schools are open at that time or businesses are open at that time, it's tempting to blame them, but it had nothing to do with them. It had to do with home, with family. Not too many places have had the ability to case investigate all of their cases and try to figure out where people get sick. We've been much better at that in Solano than most other counties because we've intentionally put a lot of energy into it. And I can tell you that the very vast majority of cases in both surges were people getting together with family and friends in their home. Not restaurants, not bars. Bars weren't open. Restaurants were requiring people to sit 6 feet apart, et cetera. It wasn't happening in those environments. And it wasn't in schools because they were closed. It was very closely tracking with family and friend events. And then the sick people would take it to work. And then they'd have workplace clusters. And so the starting point was the event. And I have no reason to believe it's any different elsewhere in the world. I think that it's also event-driven elsewhere in the world. And what you'll notice is that family dynamics differ by culture. And in some of the countries of the world where there is more inherent social distancing, they did not experience the same degree of spiking that was experienced by cultures who have less social distancing when they get together with family and friends. So it's an observation. I don't, it's easy for me to say this. I'm an epidemiologist. I look for data, for trends. I look for patterns, and that's what I see. But I guarantee that there are a lot of people who will adamantly say that it was the open schools that caused the spread in those countries. And so what's to say? Nothing. The only thing we have that's different going forward is that we're vaccinated.
Right.
If we weren't vaccinating people, then I almost guarantee we'd have another spike Mother's Day to July 4th like we had last year, and have another spike between Halloween and New Year's like we had this last year. Those 2 periods are when we have our holidays. That's when people get together in masses, and that's when people spread disease.
So the key is vaccination.
Well, so vaccination is what makes it controllable, right? I mean, like you have a flu season. It's right. That's when the holidays are. That's when people spread those diseases. Why do we have some semblance of control over flu? Because we have vaccine.
Right.
So with COVID vaccine, we enter into a realm more akin to flu, where we have tools of prevention that help us. Now, that vaccine is not going to be perfect, right? Even in the best case scenario, it's 95%, and not everyone's going to get vaccinated. So we're still going to have spread. We're going to avoid having, periods of time when there's more COVID. But the hope is that those people who want to be protected will have had the opportunity to be vaccinated, and they can protect themselves. And those who are more nonchalant about it are taking their risk. Well, that's okay. It's true of flu vaccine as well.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, in closing, this is a tremendous amount of information. If the board, if they made a decision to go back in any capacity before everybody's vaccinated, you would say you could do that, but you need to have your safety plans in the ocean and all that stuff. And a big piece in that, if you did it, is the testing.
I would recommend testing if you did it under those conditions. Yes.
This is the big part that I heard. If they did, okay, just wanted to be clear on that.
Yeah, well, and again, it's not a requirement; it's optional. But I do think that it's hard to justify the expressions of concern you have given and not want to test to maintain some semblance of knowledge, right?
Right.
I think that you could do it. School districts are doing testing while open. It's doable. It's very expensive, but it's just part of the cost of doing business. I mean, that's what you have to do. Now, you'll also have assistance from SCOE and from us in terms of monitoring disease clusters, outbreaks, et cetera. I mean, that's part of what we're here for. So, we will work with you, train in-house people to do contact tracing and initial case investigation. Work with us when you identify clusters. We'll work with you to try to stop outbreaks before they can spread. All of that we do with you with every disease, including COVID, if you choose to reopen. But yeah, for the schools that have reopened pre-vaccination, the testing has been an important part of what they have been doing.
Dr. Martis, that is specifically for TK through 6, not
those are the only ones open so far, yeah.
Right.
Not the upper grades. The upper grades, we have to wait until we go to red tier.
Oh, yeah. You're not able to open until we get to the red tier for the upper grades. And even then, if we haven't vaccinated, this consideration becomes real there too.
Okay.
It's very hard for me to believe that we will experience that given the position that the unions have taken. But it's not impossible, I guess. And so, yeah, then you would want to be testing more broadly.
Dr. Mott.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to thank you so much for joining us this evening. This was a complete pleasure to have you. I know there's a lot of people tuning in, watching, as our teachers have been sending notes to our staff and things are going back and forth. I think this was really eye-opening for us and really wonderful to have you here and that you took the time to do that. It makes us, wow, so appreciative.
I'm very happy to help. I'm very happy to help.
On behalf of all of us in BUSD and in our Benicia community that have tuned in, thank you so much for all your hard work. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Take care and good luck with your decision.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Well, that was amazing.
Mm-hmm.
That was really good. Okay, so stretch. We're going to go on to item number 12.2, the governor's January budget proposal for 2021-22. And I'm going to turn it over to Tim Brahill. Are you there, Tim? You're muted.
Yes.
There you go. Yay.
Good evening.
Hi.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'll just spend a minute or two here highlighting the governor's January budget proposal. As the governor does each year, he comes out in January with a budget proposal for the following upcoming year, and that starts a 6-month budget cycle at the state of California. And so the governor did announce that in mid-January, and the highlights from that are providing a cost of living allowance that is included in the budget each year, and that is proposed by the governor at 3.84%, so just under a 4% COLA. He is backing off of cash deferrals, currently that they do exist in order to make good on its obligations for the current year. The state of California is issuing IOUs to school districts, and we won't receive a big chunk of our funds until next year. But in the governor's proposal for the upcoming budget, he only has one of those cash deferrals, and that wouldn't be until June of 2022. So we're happy to hear about kind of a proposal on a decent cost of living allowance at 3.84% and the minimizing any need to issue IOUs. We have joined our Solano County and our special ed group. Funding's a little bit different there. It goes through special ed. The governor is proposing only a 1.5% increase on special ed funds. And as we continue to deal with the impacts from COVID-19, we will look to see what type of funding both the state and the federal government will provide to our Benicia School District. Right now, it appears that the federal government, they've come out with their round 2 of federal COVID funding. It's part of what they're referring to as the ESSER federal funding, and it could be up to about $475,000 for the Benicia School District. But we are, waiting to get hard confirmation on those federal dollars, which would probably come to us next year. The other pot of money would come from the state, and the governor is proposing a pretty significant one-time funding, which is he's titling it Expand Learning in our schools. It would be one-time funds. It could be upwards to about $600 per student, which is significant dollars for our district. Recently, there's been commentary on those one-time funds. The Legislative Analyst's Office has issued some comments that to use some of those one-time monies for some other purposes, like paying down the pension obligations in the state. So we're going to keep our eyes and ears open on the COVID monies as we get more information over the next couple of months. Like I said, it's here we are in February. The governor proposed his budget. It has to go through the state legislature over the next few months. He does come back in May with a May revised budget, which gets voted on by the state in June for a final budget. So we'll keep you update on his proposal and any changes that come in over the next few months. We will be working with Dr. Beatson and our LCAP committee, talking about next year and potential one-time funds from COVID. We would be required to incorporate that into all of our plans. So we will start planning, and we probably will be getting some one-time funds to continue the efforts and address the needs provided by COVID. So we will start to work on that. We're just not sure on the final number. And those are the highlights from the governor's January budget proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Rahill. Anybody have any questions? Okay, we're going to move on to the next item. 13.2, consideration and approval of in-person, oh, sorry, I skipped ahead. 12.3, equity and opportunity update. Dr. Beatson, you're up.
Okay, thank you so much. What I wanted to do this evening is just to give us a quick update in terms of the work that we've done in the area of equity and opportunity since we met last a couple of weeks ago. So as you know, over the last few years, we've engaged in equity work. It's looked a lot of different ways. We've had trainers for professional development days. We've continued work with our administrative team every time we meet twice a month. We've done book clubs. We have been meeting with our African-American parent group, listen to their stories, and we're working with them to create areas of focus and formalize them as an advisory group so that it takes hold and stays as a priority for us. And through all of that, we are making a big focus to scale up this work by using some systems thinking to get to some systemic change. And so I know that sometimes it feels like things aren't moving fast enough, but we have lots of pieces in place, and we are working to do this so that we're all rowing in the same direction. And we've had some great work since we met last time. So just a reminder of why are we embarking on equity work and have been looking at this for several years and taking the steps we need to put in place to make really systemic change. We look at our data and we listen to the stories. I'm not going to go through, we have got a few links on these slides, and I'm not going to click on all of them. You can do that, and I'll just tell you a little bit about what you're seeing. So this is some of the newer data, which quite honestly has been more difficult to gather in the era of COVID. So doing reliable assessments via the internet and through distance learning has been tricky, but we do have some data points I want to share with you. Significantly up in the top left corner, it talks about chronic absenteeism. So chronic absenteeism, as you know, is 10% of the days, 10% or more of the days that we've been in school. When we pulled this data, we looked at students who were absent 9 or more days so far. This was a few weeks ago. And we have quite a big uptick in absenteeism from what we typically see for chronic absenteeism. And I will tell you that our students with disabilities and our students who are Hispanic range from about 25 to 36% of them are chronically absent. But our students who are white are 29 to 44% chronically absent across the different school sites. And so we're seeing a range of that, and we're digging into why. And with the help of Ms. Corona, our Director of Student Services, they're putting in place a re-engagement system. So as kids are falling off, we are really working hard to bring them back. So that's one big data point. Another that Ms. Rice shared a couple of meetings ago was we looked at grades. And for our elementary schools, we looked at student report card grades in reading and math, kids that got a 1. So they do a 1 to 4 scale. And then at our secondary, we looked at D's and F's. And of significant note, we had 3rd grade was striking with 11 to 27% of the students receiving a 1 in 3rd grade in reading. And other areas were 8th grade reading, 7th grade math, and 10th grade reading and math had more significant D's and F's. But what I will also say is it's not a major increase from a typical year for that data point. The high school did a deep data dive at one of their last meetings and noticed while they had some more F's, it wasn't significant, but they also had many more A's, which was interesting, and they're starting to look at what is behind all of that. Also on your screen, you're going to see graduation rate. We typically have a really high graduation rate, but we do have some discrepancy with a couple of our student groups, our disabilities, and our students who are Hispanic, quite different from our overall student population. College and career readiness, that is an indicator that the state does that we report when we do the LCAP. College and career readiness was one of the very complicated indicators. It had many different buttons, if you will, to be deemed college and career ready. So you could pass the CASP test and get a 3 on an AP test. So there was lots of, you could do this and this or this and this to be deemed college and career ready. So we have a very high college and career readiness, 68.7% versus the state at 45.8%. We attribute a lot of that to our CTE programs because that's one of the ways kids can be deemed college and career ready. But you can see some big differences in students that are deemed college and career ready. So we have students with disability, only 24.6 of them on this one particular measure. Students are socioeconomically disadvantaged. And then we look at the other end of the spectrum, our students who are Filipino and Asian, really high on the other end. And so we have some discrepancies we need to keep figuring out what are the barriers for our students. The last data point on this side of the slide is BHS course participation. And so we looked at Students that are taking AP classes, higher level math, so that would be math 3 and beyond, and missing out my last, science. I think it was science. I'll have to look again. And we have students, 42 to 50% of our white students are taking higher level classes in those 3 areas, where 0 to 5% of our students with disabilities are English learners or our Black and African American students are taking those classes, and 2 to 12% of our Hispanic students are in those classes. So again, access and opportunity to higher level classes, we have some big disparities among our groups that we don't have prerequisites, so we don't have gates, if you will, to get into AP classes, but we have to do a better job of outreach, inviting kids in so that everybody feels like this class is built for me. On the right side is just some demographic data of interest. And so when we look at our socioeconomically disadvantaged percentages, as a district, we're at about 24%. And then we have our one elementary school, Robert Semple, 38%, close to 40% of their students are socioeconomically disadvantaged. Liberty High School, almost 42%, and Community Day School, 71%. And so when you stop and ask the question, where do our students who are socioeconomically disadvantaged, you can see where pockets of students go, or flipping the information around. When we think of Community Day School, which is a school where students who have been expelled end up, most of those students are students who are socioeconomically disadvantaged. And it makes us stop and say, where are we losing our students along the way? English learners, again, you can see the percentages there, and then just sort of some enrollment numbers. And so I think it's important for us to continue to revisit the data as we look at equity and opportunity for our students, and where do we have barriers in our system that we need to break down. So what did we do since the last time we met? We have had another admin council meeting, and that's with all of our directors and site leaders. And we did a study on microaggressions, and we used a protocol from EPIC for Education, which is an organization that we've contracted with. And it's called the RIR protocol. And it's about recognizing where there is racial injustice, interrupting it, and repairing it. And so it's a really good protocol to help have those critical conversations. And so as an admin team, we've been using that every time we get together with a different lens around equity and racial justice. We have been engaging in some collaboration and partnerships. So we have kind of honed in on a few trainers and facilitators that are going to help us deepen this work. So we've met with our teachers that have been doing the PLC. We've heard about them a couple of times, and we've met with them a couple of times, heard about the great work that they're doing, how they've created this safe space with teachers and the trainers to really dig in and push and pull on each other in this hard work that they're doing. And so then we met with the trainer that they're using, and we're going to work with her to offer another round of PLC for other teachers within the district that are interested. We also are offering a couple of three more sessions with EPIC for Education. And so you heard from one of our parents this evening, we did purchase 7 modules from them that we're continuing to work through this year. And trainers from EPIC will meet virtually, of course, and do facilitated conversation around those this spring. And then we're also working to unify this work. So we know that a lot of this work has happened organically across the district. Some of that was very intentional, and some of it has continued to take hold and become a movement, which is excellent. And we want to support that work. But we also want to unify it and bring it together. And so we're talking with another facilitator to help us really look at all the different pieces and that we have going on, and help us organize them in such a way so that we can continue to scale up this work in an organized, systematic way so that people can see that bigger picture. And then finally, since we met a couple of weeks ago, as Ms. Frucci said, we met with our LCAP group, and our LCAP group is made up of our union leads, some district office staff, and our a group of parents that are our LCAP parent advisory team. We revisited the goals that we had written a year ago for our LCAP that never got to get implemented, revised them some, and talked about how to focus them even more on ensuring equitable practices and closing the achievement gap. And the group came to a consensus to add an additional goal around equity and specifically calling out particular groups of students that we see some that have been traditionally underserved and we see larger gaps with. And so we have a draft of that I'll be putting back out to the group to get some feedback on, and then before we engage in stakeholder engagement. So that has been happening. So kind of what's next? We're working and we'll bring back to you sort of a bigger plan to put all these different pieces together in an organized fashion to sustain the work over the next few years. We're going to continue to learn together and offer these additional professional development opportunities this spring. And then we want to continue this idea of future planning. And so when we need to do work as a system, it's important to do those organic pieces, but it's also important to put them together into a bigger plan that connects the dots for all the different pieces of work that we're doing in the system, so people can see how it all fits together. And finally, just a great quote. It's equity isn't just a slogan. It should transform the way we educate kids. And so we're looking at how do we also have this opportunity now where the system has been unfrozen for almost a whole year, and we can seize that opportunity to do things even better. And then I leave you with a few resources that might be of interest to you, a couple of articles and a couple of videos if you are interested in beginning your own work in this area. And you should have received an email from Epic Education if you wanted to do some of the work in those modules that our staff are doing. And if you did not, please just reach out to me and I will get you your contact for that. And that was just an update on equity and opportunity. Are there any questions?
Yes, I have a question. First, I do want to say thank you, Dr. Beatson, because you do provide the data, and the data is really, some of the like really important for the work that you actually do, or that we do as educators. So I just want a clarification. Are these trainings that you had mentioned, is it still going to be optional? Like it's going to still be an optional offering, is that correct?
Right now it is going to be optional because we don't have any professional learning days left. And we actually had a conversation with the teachers that are doing the PLC and talked about should we pay teachers to do after school. And their feeling at this point was let's offer it in the school day. So we're thinking we'll do them on Fridays in the afternoons when teachers have time to engage in professional development. And the idea is if we can get a couple of PLCs up and rolling, we're going to create a bigger momentum and movement. Simultaneously, we will identify with these trainers and the people who are going through it. So out of all of this, what are the key essential frameworks, constructs, concepts, learnings that we then say, when you become a member of BUSD, everybody's going to get these 10 learnings. And so right now we're getting more people to go through that system so that together we can identify what are the most important things that we need to make sure that everybody has, and then it becomes a non-negotiable, right? So it's trying to get more people so that ship tilts, and then we have a momentum to then say, okay, the rest of you've all got to go through X, Y, and Z.
Okay, and then the other question that I had was, you talked about the goals. So looking at the LCAP goals a little bit differently, are any of the teachers who've been participating in this PLC, are they part of this conversation, the process as well?
Not at this point, because the El Capitan group came out of negotiations a couple of years ago, and it was with the BTA and CSEA leadership. And then, so typically what we do is we we do some of that work, and then we put it out to all stakeholders to get feedback and on the goals. And so we've got some very open-ended questions about what kind of barriers do we have in our system, how do you define equity? So those types of questions will be going out so that we can then bring that back, and refine the goals. So usually we start with a smaller group, send it out to the big group, and then bring it back.
I'll email you. I have some other questions, but it's overall. But thank you for that update. I appreciate it.
No problem.
I had a quick question, and that was, I understand that during COVID, of course, everything is virtual, but going back to Gethsemane's point or her comment was next year, next August, September, when there are professional development days, would this training be offered as a training day that requires all teachers to participate?
That's a great question. And well, first of all, let's hope that we're back and then we can do this in person.
Right.
Absolutely. I think that's a good question. We have a lot of different pieces of things that we need to look at. A couple of meetings ago, you approved us going out to purchase the Aries to get the Aries contract. And so we've got some training in that. We have to look at how do we map this out. The other thing that I've been doing a lot of thinking about is one of the things that's worked with the PLC group, because we met with them to say, so what is it that caught fire here when we've done all these other things and they haven't necessarily caught fire? So we really wanted to understand. And it was this idea of they had some pre-work, they got together in a trusted group where they felt like they could really be honest and open and share with each other in a more of a PLC format that was ongoing. And so I've been just bouncing around in my brain, what could professional development, how could it look differently so that it's more ongoing and not like you're going to go and get a one-shot deal because we have one day to do everything in. But I think those are decisions that we would typically have those conversations with district curriculum council and say, okay, here's all the things that we need to cover. How do we do it? How should it look?
Well, one of the things that I've really noticed is that how many people are speaking to the racial equity problems in our schools.
Mm-hmm.
It comes up every board meeting, and it's been coming up for a long time. So one of the things that's important is understanding unconscious bias. Mm-hmm. The term unconscious is true. It's unconscious. People don't realize that they are exhibiting bias. One of the things that I feel is very important in the educational community is to address that directly and have those trainings and the in-person learning and examples and role playing. I think that those are so important, and really, I think our parent community is speaking out. They are concerned. So that's my input for that.
Excellent. I agree.
I thank you for saying that, Ms. Grubbs. You're absolutely correct. I feel like the numbers are great because, and like I said, we need the data, but I think that there's so much that's lost. All I could think about is those kids that are behind those numbers. And it's like, we have to keep peeling back the layers and having the conversations. Mm-hmm. But we have to do that with the adults too, because I think there's probably so many stories of our staff that we don't even know. And so until we take the time to really build those relationships, it's the same thing that we want to happen for our kids so that they can feel comfortable, they can feel accepted, they can see themselves in the curriculum. But it's like, we have to take the time to do that because I hear the numbers, I hear the data, and I get it, but it's like, there's so much more. I mean, it's all kind of surface. And it's like, we really got to peel back the layers a lot more. And what Ms. Grubbs was saying about unconscious bias, we all have bias. And until we have those conversations, then we're going to still keep just spinning our wheels. because I just don't feel like we're not really taking the time to do that part, and it's voluntary, and I know that because I've had conversations with people, even some of the staff, and there's this feeling of I don't have a problem. There's this, and it's not to attack anybody. It's to say that we got to do something about building a community where all of our students feel welcome and that they can excel, but we have to also do that for the adults. And so if the adults can, and then the adults can model it, but we got to take them through the process first, including us as a board. I think we all need to go through the training. So,
well, and I think that unless the adults can make that shift, because certainly what we're hearing is that it's out there and that shift isn't being made. So all adults need the training. Anybody who is around kids, and they need to be able to exhibit that and just have some self-reflection and to grow. And I agree with Gethsemane. The data is great, it's needed. But it's time to move from the data into the classroom, into reality.
Okay. Yeah.
It's my thought.
One thing I wanted to bring up that numerous of the parents talked about, and I think it's something that maybe we could bring back and really look at, is the 1619 project curriculum. And I've seen some, I think it's the way to go. I mean, it really gets away from a Eurocentric view of this country and, really gets into a more view of things and looking at history in a whole different way. And I think it would be a very valuable, if I was king, we'd be implementing it like yesterday. But it's good that people brought it up. I think it's something we should definitely look at.
Well, and I can tell you that while we are on this call, I believe that Miss Rice has signed up for a webinar to even learn more about it. So
it's good. It's very solid. I think it's
yeah, I've looked at it as well.
And Ms. Rice, if you could bring that back at some future board meeting, and so that people can, because it was referenced so many times, and if you're able to bring it back and really talk about it, I don't think you'd find a lot of people against it.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And I have to apologize, Dr. Moss. I got kicked out. My internet went down, so I got kicked out at the last part of what you were saying. So I don't know if I missed anything.
Yeah, it was just that I appreciate the data. I don't know if I said that part, but I really appreciate the data. I just felt like there's so much more behind it, and I believe that we, as the adults, we have to provide a safe space for all of our adults who teach in our community, and include the parents as well. Because I mean, the kids are having the conversations. It's just it seems like there's a fear from the adults. And I think it's because of maybe the way the message is being communicated. It's not an attack on anybody to say that, you're this or you're that. It's just that we all, as Ms. Grubbs is saying, we all need to go through this process of really like uncovering, like just learning and being aware of the unconscious things that we carry and harbor that we don't realize. And I think until we can do that, then we can really start, looking at these individual students and their stories, and really, be able to have deeper level conversations, because right now it's still very surfacey. So
I agree. And I think that's what we were learning when we started to unpack why this PLC, like how did it get such a movement? Because the people who sort of started it said we thought it was going to be like a little book club with a handful of people, and every time they meet it's grown, which is terrific. One is the teachers really wanted a safe space with just teachers so that they could be open and honest and not feel like their supervisor was sitting next to them. And I think that's really valid. Similarly, though, we also have to be able to support the work. So we need to know that work and go through it. So we're talking about what that could look like. And then really rethinking what the PD looks like, because going again for one day where you go from a session to a session and it's in, we've got a few hundred people there, feels very different than a PLC cohort of 20 people that shows up for 5 different sessions and you build that relationship like you were talking about. So we're starting to think about how could we do this more equitably? What could it look like for the adults in our system? And then I also want to say that's part of some of what takes time, right? You've got to build those relationships close enough engage in those conversations, hear the stories from all different stakeholders. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Dr. Beatson, and thanks to the board that brought in some great information and shared with you and with the rest of our team here on how important it is to actually not just do the talking, but get it active, and make sure that that we're using the tools that we are now trying to get in order to help the parents with everything that the parents were saying earlier and in the last meetings, it's clearly evident that there's an issue, and I'd like to see us be able to move forward from that. So I thank you and Mrs. Rice too as well. So thank you for being here and sharing. All right, we are going to move on to non-consent action items. The first item is regarding minimum hourly wage compliance and consideration and ratification of revised CSEA chapter number 1096 2020-2021 salary schedule. And I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Gill.
Good evening. Thank you again, trustees and Ms. Zeta and Superintendent. So as of January 1st, 2021, the minimum wage has been increased to $14 for hourly employees. In our district, there is one cell in the classified salary schedule that was below $14. Usually when something like this happens, we actually, and there are employees in there because if we increase the salary schedule at that kind of cell, then we have to do a full-blown negotiation and so on. In this case, because there was only one cell, it was in range 20, step 1. Fortunately, no employees are in that cell. That means us increasing, of course we consulted with the union. I met with them, we talked for over an hour and so on. And but because us increasing it is not impacting any employee salary, so we did not have to negotiate, we didn't have to do any of that, but we did make a commitment that we will review and think for next year, because our understanding is that in January 1, 2021, it's going to go up again. Sorry, 2022 is going to go up again. So we'll keep that in mind when we do negotiations later in the year. So we were all in consensus, our union leaders as well, that it's okay to increase that cell by itself by 56 cents to make it a whole of $14, because it is not impacting any employee salary. So I'm bringing that as a request to you so that we're compliant with the law of $14 minimum wage salary.
Well, thank you, Dr. Gill. I'd like to make a motion. No, I'm not going to make the motion. I'm going to ask you, is there somebody out here that would like to make a motion to approve 13.1 to move up the salary schedule to the correct amount of the $14?
I will make the motion to approve that 13.1 to move the salary schedule up to $14.
Thank you. And do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. We do a roll call vote on this? Okay. Yes.
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 Okay, thank you for that. Moving on to the last item of the evening. It is the consideration and approval of in-person small group instruction. And I'm going to welcome Dr. Beatson back to share information about this.
Okay, thank you very much. At our last meeting, it was requested that we revisit our timeline and the possibility of bringing back small group instruction. I don't have a lot of new information for you at this point. I did include a slide, the same slide that you saw in the last presentation around data and how our students are performing. And again, this is a snapshot of how things are going now. If you have any further questions on this, I'm happy to answer them. And to remind you that in our MOU, it does say that small groups are voluntary for teachers, and so that they can choose whether or not they're comfortable coming in to do that. And we had come up with a variety of different ways that small groups could work for us. One would be very targeted. So we heard Dr. Matias talk about students who are in special ed, students who are really struggling. We looked at some data around that, so we could provide very targeted intervention groups for students that meet certain criteria. Another possibility is we have students, we saw our attendance data, who are just not attending. They are disengaged from the virtual learning aspect. And so another way small groups could work is we could identify those students, which we have, and invite them to come in and still do their virtual learning, but from the school setting. So instead of sitting in their room and maybe rolling over, not going back to sleep and not logging into classes, they actually have to do their virtual learning supervised from the school site campus. And then a third possibility would be teacher's choice. All of it is teacher choice, but teachers, if they had a particular science lab that they wanted to call in a small group to do something with, they could choose to do that, or offer a particular kind of study session for groups based on their own content, and that was happening then. So that was another idea of the variety of ways that small groups could work. And again, it is written in our MOU that for any of them to happen, it would all be by teachers who would volunteer to come in. Right now, I can tell you that many of at least our elementary teachers teach a lot of their primary core in the morning, and then pull small groups of students that needs extra support through the afternoon. And so some of that, if they chose, could be in person instead of more virtual. And so then I open it up for discussion and questions for you to revisit the possibility of bringing small groups back sooner.
I have a question for you. Do you have any idea how many teachers will volunteer to come back to do these small groups if they're not vaccinated?
I do not.
We don't know that.
No, I've heard from some that some people want to, but I don't have a figure for you.
So we could potentially be in trouble if a lot of teachers don't want to fill those spots to bring those students back.
Right. Well, we would still continue. So we're offering small groups virtually right now. So our special ed services and our intervention services are happening. And as I said, at the elementary school, we have some teachers that teach everything in small groups. So I have a teacher who is doing probably 10 small groups a day instead of calling his, whole class on the screen. He does everything in small groups. And I have heard from some teachers that they are interested in doing that. I just don't have a figure for you. We haven't done a poll.
Okay. I didn't mean for an exact number. I just wanted to be certain that if that was how we were moving into that direction, that we would be sufficient, with teachers that are willing to take that on, because it is volunteer to go back into the classroom. That was my question. Anybody else have any questions?
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that's a great question, because that's really what I wanted to know. Do we have a feel for how many teachers would be willing to go back into the classroom to begin the small groups? Because I really am concerned with some of that data with our students, and the chronic absenteeism, the fact that we've got so many third graders that are in a 1 right now with readings, our groups that are falling further behind. We certainly have compelling data to really kind of get this moving, but I want to know, do we think we have teachers that we can make it happen?
I think we have. I don't think we have 100% by any means, but I do believe we have groups of teachers that are interested in doing that. But I don't have a figure for you.
So when we talk about going back safely, as Dr. Matias was talking about, we do not have a weekly testing program in place. So if people were to go back into the classrooms, testing students and staff on a weekly basis. Are we prepared for that, or are we not prepared for that?
At this point, we haven't established that protocol. My understanding was that was for return in person for hybrid when we had more students. So this would be small group. We haven't had that conversation for small group yet.
The funny part to me is small group doesn't seem super small. You're looking at, what do you say, 15 or 16?
That's what they
total?
said you could do, up to 16 people in a room. That doesn't seem
that's-
super small to me either.
Yeah.
No, and you have to have, I mean, if you're talking about 6 foot social distancing, how many people, what is the average size of the average elementary classroom?
Right,
And how many people can you fit? It seems like a nice idea, but it seems like we're not ready. We don't have numbers down.
I mean, when I think of small group and when we're talking about small group like this, I would think it would be a handful of students and the teacher. So maybe 5 students to do small group. Because when we get to 15 and 16, that's our hybrid model, really.
Exactly. But yet that is by definition considered small group. I think.
Well, but Mark, wasn't it also including the adults?
Yeah,
that was including adults.
How many adults are you really looking at on a regular basis in a classroom?
Well, I think that might have been from, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, isn't it too, like, well, in the younger grades, it could be two adults to however many kids, and it couldn't be more than 16 total.
And I think some of that was also for special education, where you have students that have more significant complex needs. And so you'd have a teacher and maybe a few aides and a few kids. So it's
SDC,
more right. And so I think that's where some of that came from.
Okay. Dr. Moss, go ahead.
And I just want to say, we said up to, so we didn't say that we had to max it out. I mean, I think that I would hope that we wouldn't do that, but I think that up to is just the range, but I'm hoping that that's not, I wouldn't want to see that many in there, to be
quite I don't leave anything to hope.
In a room. So I just,
but I mean, I agree with you. I mean, if you're providing intensive intervention, we're not talking 16 kids at a time. That's not even realistic.
How about Dr. Young? Did you have something you want to say?
No, I was just wanting to have Dr. Moss be called on. She was raising her hand there.
My question was answered. I just wanted to confirm, the range. I wouldn't feel comfortable seeing a situation where, we're packing people in, but I realize that that's a maximum. And so, we can work around or when you look at the numbers, especially if it's either a one-on-one situation or if it's 3 students and that type of thing. So I just wanted to make sure.
Okay, thank you. Good question.
Oh, go ahead, Cece.
So I'm wondering how the number of kids with the teacher would be determined. Would the teacher have a say in how many kids were in her small group, or his or her small group? How would that be determined? Because we can say that, it would be less than 16, right? So what do you think?
Well, so I think if it's teacher, if you think back to the slide where it was intervention, so typically in our intervention classes with a reading specialist at the elementary school, we don't typically have more than 4 or 5 students anyway. That's what they're seeing now virtually, because it's different when you have to do that in intensive intervention. As you know, it's better with small groups. So I wouldn't see that changing. And we would definitely talk with them about what that schedule looked like. The rest are teacher options of if you were still in the classroom and you wanted to bring in a group of kids, we would support you in how many that would be. So I think, we'd have to stay within that guideline. I wouldn't recommend teachers bringing in big groups, but if they wanted to bring in a handful, I think that would be up to the teacher.
And then that handful would be for the whole day that those students are in class?
No, I don't think so. I think it would be, after they've done some of their major instruction, or if they chose to do it on a Friday and have a study session type of thing, depending on what the teacher choice was.
Is there any specifics in terms of the MOU with the small groups, in terms of what was agreed upon, in terms of size, in terms of how many times a week, in terms of any of this, or is that just open to whatever people want to do?
I think it was open. I can't remember. I can't recall any specifics around that.
Hey, Dr. Gill, you might want to weigh in, but great question, Mr. Maselli. When we went through that, my recollection is we followed all those numbers that they gave us, and you couldn't go over the 16.
Right.
So we didn't make any numbers up at all, as I recall. We used the numbers we were directed to make, to put in there.
Can I add something as well? Oh, sorry, Ms. Ritchie.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say it would probably depend on the space as well, because we would use the social distancing with the 6 feet apart. I would see doing small groups again. Typically, we don't do over 6 kids max in a small group, but if we're spacing them out 6 feet, it probably would be less, right, when you're working with those small groups. But I also can see the scenario if we decided to move forward with the group to support our students that are not showing up to school, like Dr. Beatson said, instead of them rolling back over in bed and going back to sleep and not getting on class, that they're physically coming in. They may be able to be in a bigger space, say a gymnasium, spread out 6 feet apart. We just couldn't max over 16 people within that space. So I think it would depend upon social distancing and the purpose, I guess, too.
Right. Well said.
Confirming, so the teachers who volunteer to pay, will they be creating their own schedule for this, right? It's going to be, and then they're going to have to give you the schedule and kind of just work it that way, or?
Right. Yeah,
Okay.
they would work with their site principal on what that looks like. They have to do, there's a whole protocol for safety on signing up to be in, and we have all of the protocols for the one-to-one testing that we would look at for the, not testing, I'm sorry, when we did one-to-one assessments with students as they entered, we would follow all of the things in the safety guidelines for that.
Okay.
I do want to clarify something that Dr. Young had mentioned. It does say in the teachers in-person MOU, in-person learning MOU I'm looking at right now, that no more than 16 people, combined students and adults in each group. And rest of it is, some of it is like, it could be teacher choice, but definitely teachers, only teachers who volunteer. Second piece, I also do want to comment on the second choice we have, where the students come in, but the teacher is virtual. And we thought is that maybe some other employees will watch them. Most probably the thought might be maybe some classified employees along with maybe admin or somebody, whoever. We have not negotiated small group instruction piece with classified staff. We didn't negotiate the health and safety and in-person learning for hybrid with classified staff, but not small group. So if we are going to be expecting classified staff like aides and so on to be, or campus supervisors to be monitoring students, as long as we have certificated staff there, which means an administrator or somebody needs to be present, because legally classified staff cannot be monitoring students by themselves. I need to prove that be clear on that. So let's say we have an administrator or a certificated staff member in the vicinity and there, but also classified staff. We will need to go to classified staff and specifically negotiate this piece for small group. Because when we talked to classified staff, the focus was hybrid learning, not necessarily small group instruction. There is a piece in there about it, but we did not talk about will they volunteer or not volunteer, anything like that at that time.
Okay.
Is this primary and secondary, or just primary?
For classified staff, anybody, because we didn't have that, because this conversation that we had with the volunteer, non-volunteer was in the in-person learning model, not in the health and safety MOU. For the classified staff, we haven't had that conversation with them because we did not meet with them regarding the in-person model.
Okay.
Partially because in-person model is specifically for teachers. If teachers are going to come back for hybrid, classified staff will come too. But the specific piece about, there's one section in the in-person model MOU for small group instruction, that section is not included in the classified MOU.
Okay.
Mr. Maselli, I'm always used to calling you Mark. Mark.
Call me whatever you want. Hey, I've been called a lot of things, man. Not all of them nice.
I just want to get back to your question. So, Dr. Gill, thanks for that clarity. I thought you meant, tell me if I'm wrong on, like, if you do any small group with certificated, did we mean?
Yeah, that's what I meant is, are we looking at small group, secondary and primary? Because all this discussion has been about primary, but I'm assuming small groups in special ed, you have secondary kids in the same situation. So I'm assuming you're talking about all grade levels, not just elementary.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Well, I guess I just want to go back to the other one again, because some of the other districts are doing, kids are coming in pods or whatever. There's a name for that group when they've disconnected from the district distance learning, so that in fact we're not finding them just not engaging at all. So, but that we wouldn't be able to capture those kids, is what I think I got from Dr. Gill right now, because we would probably be using campus monitors or instructional aides. Well, because the teacher would be online doing distance learning, and the student would just be parked at school, so that in fact we're getting them going again. At least that's what I was thinking.
We can do that, but we do have to make sure two things. One, that there is a certificated staff around, could be an administrator or somebody who is around in the vicinity to be monitoring kids, because a classified staff member cannot be responsible for monitoring kids by themselves in a room. Right. That's one part. Secondly, just that little portion, small portion, which is the small group instruction piece, go and negotiate CSEA union, and once it's negotiated, we don't know what the end result will be. Once it's negotiated, yes, then we just haven't had that conversation with them regarding the volunteer part.
But it could be counselors or admin too that choose to do that.
For me, I don't know if we're ready to. I think this needs to be fleshed out more. Like you said, you got to go back, talk to CSCA. It's nice. The numbers that were, you have a maximum of 16. Not a fan. I'd like to see that down. If you're talking about maybe 5, you're talking, oh, well, we wouldn't, but the contract's a contract. Go ahead, Dr. Gill. I'm sorry.
No problem. I just want to clarify that that's the CSC we only need to talk to if we're going to be expecting the classified staff to come in person and monitor students, do small group. If that's not the expectation, if the expectation is that classified staff can come if they volunteer and teachers can come if they volunteer, then we don't need to negotiate. But if we're going to require classified staff to come, then we will have to go and negotiate that with them.
Dr. Moss?
I just want to be clear, because I know that's like, these are like the options or the scenarios. But I think right now, as I look at what the item is, we're talking about a small group of students who are struggling, and teachers volunteering to be able to come in and offer one-on-one support, or if it's in a small group, hopefully no more than 3 or 4. I think Ms. Rice indicated that with the intensive group students who need the help, that's what we're talking about. So this whole thing about classified coming in to watch the kids over here, I don't think that's what we're talking about right now. Just to be clear, we're only talking about teachers volunteering to be able to come in to work with small groups of students. I don't think that we should be throwing in the wrench of, if more kids come in and then now we need the classified to go watch them, because that sounds very uncontrolled to me.
But yeah, because weren't we just talking about trying to capture those kids that were?
Right. And that's what I'm.
Yes. Yeah, Leslie mentioned the kid that would roll over and go back to sleep, but might stay on if they had to go into school. So, I mean, those are the ones we're talking about. It seems like it's not, really super fleshed out yet.
I think we're talking about 2 different things here, though,
right?
Right. And I think what we need to do is separate them, because we're talking about I feel very brain fogged at the moment, but
Oh, come on. It's only 11:30.
I know,
We got
right?
all night, man.
So we're talking about teachers volunteering to come in and have a small group, like Leslie said, 3 to 5, correct? Right.
You're saying that, but that's not written
wait,
down in the agreement.
That's one part. The other part is capturing the kids who are having a difficult time with virtual learning and bringing them in, not with a teacher, because they'll have their computers. So not with a teacher in the room, but with a classified staff in the room.
Or an admin.
Or admin. So I think that we need to separate those two, right?
They both fall into the guise of small groups, though. That's the
Actually,
thing.
Leslie had 3 examples on her sheet.
But that piece hasn't, the only piece that has been, from what I understand, has been cleared is for the teachers, only the teachers and them volunteering to
Right.
teach, right?
Right.
So then the rest of it, so all the other extra stuff, maybe that's the part that, as Cece was saying, we need to, like, because right now I think we're only focused on, or we should be only talking about the teachers who said yes, who say yes, I'll come in and work with these small group of students, right?
Well, and that would be for all of this, because in this virtual one, so this was just ideas, because small groups can look a lot of different ways, and we had conversations about how do we determine which kids? Is it only academics? Is it kids who are just not showing up? So for the virtual, it could be counselors who are under the BTA contract would volunteer to come in. I don't know, to oversee at the secondary level kids who are just not showing up. That's a potential. I would see more of that middle one probably at the secondary level, perhaps. Or admin could say, I'm going to, pull in these 5 students who are they're just chronically not showing up, and let them do their virtual learning while I sit here. But
that's not realistic either, I don't think, because as we know, if the kid, I mean, if you're sitting at a desk and you're not, and you're doing your work, right? And a kid who is not engaged in virtual learning is trying to do virtual learning, but that kid doesn't have any support to keep them on track, we know that they're just not going to be engaged in the classroom in virtual learning unless there is support, right? That's been my experience.
Right. And that's probably true for some of them. I think some of them, I could say, well, he's sleeping. I could say my son would do better just 100% if it wasn't here by himself. Just having to be somebody, right? And so, not that he needs help. It's too easy to, be in Miss Field's English class with a guitar in his hand. And I'm thinking when I walked in, what are you doing? So it's just being in a school setting makes you feel like you're back at school.
Yeah. But we're not reaching, I mean, like you just used the analogy of your son and the guitar and English class. It's not your son necessarily that we're reaching to with trying to get back right away. It's this, right? Or am I not understanding?
Yes, you're right. It wouldn't be my son, but that was an example of kids who are just, they're not working in class, or they're just not even attending because they've got better things to do, but being in the school setting for this particular, so it's not necessarily that they need intervention with help, but just showing up and coming. They've got distractions in their house. They don't have anybody home, whatever it is. So it was that idea of the kids who are chronically absent that just need to show up in order to do the work.
And we also want to keep in mind our special ed kids.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be in that first group, that targeted group.
Can we find out which teachers would be willing to do this?
Put it over till the 18th.
Well, I just at some point, I mean, I think having each various groups, there's a lot of validity to it. We already know that. And we know that kids will benefit from it. What I'm saying is we're trying to figure out, as Gethsemane was saying a few minutes ago, who would do it? How do we find out who the teachers are? So what I'm saying is, why don't we find out? I mean, some have talked about it, and there's merit to various kinds of clusters that are being offered, and we don't know unless we ask.
Yeah,
I'd like to see us move forward, but I think the first step, at least in my mind, is let's ask.
Yep.
And I think that it's going to look drastically different between primary and secondary because
absolutely.
But what Dr. Beetson brought up with an elementary teacher says, okay, during the morning I got all my kids, we're doing our thing, but then in the afternoon I'm going to pull these 4 or 5 kids in. They have one class of kids and they can pull those 4 or 5 kids in. Whereas a secondary teacher, you just can't do that. So what is that going to look like? We haven't fleshed that out. We don't know what small groups would look like.
Right. And I'm still going to say, I think we need to ask, because I think, Mark, a lot of what we're learning with the kids that are disengaged is it is the example that Leslie was saying. These kids are home alone. And they've just decided, I can't do this by myself in the house by myself anymore. And we're losing those kids. So if 4 or 5 or 10 of them could get into a school setting, either in a classroom or in a gym, wouldn't it be worth trying to have them do it there in a school environment versus nothing at all?
Who's going to watch them? I mean, I think.
Well, again, it's getting a volunteer from someone.
Can I ask
That's what I'm saying.
So, yeah, go
ahead. Dr. Yan.
What about this, you guys? So do you want to vote on it tonight? And so it could go either way. If you vote to approve it, that means staff, Leslie and Dr. Beetson and the team would go out. It's voluntary.
Right.
And say, dear teachers, here's the way that we would like to do this. It's delineated in the MOU. We want to do these small group. It's voluntary. We know these categories of kids that we would like to assist. And then if you do that, you give staff direction to go out and see where people are with it. If you don't vote to approve it and say, well, bring back a list of like a percentage of people who want to do it, then I wonder, do we have another discussion about do you only approve it if you have a certain number? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what that sweet spot is. So I'm just wondering, how do you want us to move forward? And one of the ways, like I said earlier, to say, okay, you guys go figure it out, and it's voluntary. So we vote for you. If you do that, we vote for you to explore this option and solicit input from teachers and see if they would like to do it.
I think that makes perfect sense, because we don't have that information. So I would think we should say, go out and explore it, see how many people we have.
Yeah, but I'm not voting for anything that we don't have fleshed out. I'm not going to say, oh yeah, let's bring them back in small groups, just figure it out. I want it figured out before we vote to do it. I want to know that, there's going to be a certain, no more than 5 kids. I want to know how it's going to look differently between primary and secondary. I want to know, when we're talking about testing, which goes back to what Dr. Matias said, that those districts where it's worked, they've been doing very stringent testing for COVID. I mean, these are all questions. I just feel it's really willy-nilly to say, well, yeah, we worked on, we've got a good hybrid plan when it comes down. But in terms of the small groups, there's too many things that haven't been fleshed out yet. And I get it. There are kids that are struggling. I'm not opposed, but I want those questions answered before I'd be willing to vote yes. I mean, to me, I'm not going to vote yes. Then after we vote yes, go figure it out and make it work. But that's just
Mark,
me.
Isn't some of it going to come from the teacher when she said, I want to do this, and I've got these 4 kids that absolutely need this, and it'll look this way for me and my group.
Right. But we could say today, we're not voting yes yet, but bring all this back, have these teachers that are you said it, Diane, yourself, you want to know the teachers. If you come back to us and say, these are the teachers that said yes, this is how they want to do it, then we have a lot more to go on, as opposed to who knows? Who knows if it's going to
Make
be?
a suggestion here. It is now 11:35. We have been meeting since 6.
Yes.
I think that everybody is tired. We've had a lot of information. I don't know that we have a meeting on Saturday. Maybe we can discuss it then, but I'm not sure.
Not agendized.
Oh, it's not agendized.
All right.
Yeah, I am, and I just feel like I was okay until I heard that. Oh well, we didn't talk to classified. We might have kids over here in the gym, and somebody needs to watch them. Admin, and so that part to me is too messy. I was thinking that we were looking at a small group of kids who we knew they were struggling. Our young, K through third grade, K through 5. And that's what we're looking at. But now it's like a whole different situation. So I personally, what I also don't want is to have a situation where all of a sudden we know that we have 100 kids that need to be served who are really falling through the cracks. And then we don't have enough teachers who say that, I can do this. And then we try and
exactly
versus a voluntary situation, because we really have 15, but you said you would take 5. Can you take these 10? It just
We've all been around. We've all done the job, so we all know how it works, man. Dr. Gill.
Dr. Gill.
I was just wondering, after listening to everything, what if the motion is very specific, saying no more than 5 students, only with teachers who volunteer or classified staff who volunteer, and that's it. That's what if the motion is just that. And because obviously, like Dr. Peterson said, teachers do have to provide instruction to their entire class in the morning. So this will be more like in the afternoon for half an hour to 45 minutes to an hour or something, bringing a small, 5 kids. If the motion is something very specific like that, instead of all the other things like Dr. Moss was saying that are not really detailed and specified.
So, but can we change?
Then we can start with something. So if the motion is very specific, saying only with teachers, up to 5 students per teacher in person, and classified staff only comes in play for special education kids.
But I want that spelled out before I'd agree to anything.
Well, I think that's why she's saying if
the motion is that way.
Can we
come
change
back? Yeah.
But can we change the motion, or somebody could say the motion similar to what Dr. Gill was saying, instead of this blanket statement, in-person small group, that's too wide. It's too wide. Then
can I try one for you, Sherry?
Go for it.
Okay, let's try that. I would like to make a motion that teachers who volunteer to do small group instruction, not to exceed 5 students, that we move forward and let that happen for students in need.
How do you define in need? And then is it primary?
They've got data. It has to be by the data. It's not just, I don't know what other basis they would use. I mean, in my mind, we're using our data.
Is it going to be fair to certain students that if we only have X amount of teachers and we only have limited a group to 5 people plus the teacher, we may not have enough to go around. So how do you pick and choose which is worse?
So we have criteria now that we use to identify students who receive intervention supports, like they meet these different thresholds on different assessments. So we would start with that for sure.
We don't want to leave anybody behind,
Right. And partly it will be on how many teachers volunteer. One of the conversations that I was having with a teacher was there could be a possibility that at each school there were enough pockets of teachers so that you could look at who were the most struggling students. And so maybe people would volunteer to run those groups, even if those kids weren't necessarily right in their classroom, but they would volunteer to do that. When you look at the whole, so it's not like everybody gets 5 kids, but who are the most struggling 5 kids. So we would have the criteria and then look at the teachers who are willing to come in, and maybe they just want to do their own class, and that's part of the volunteer. And it's not perfect. Perfect would be we could bring everybody back. We can't do that right now. So
right, yeah, but there's too many maybes to me and possiblies, and this could happen or that could happen. I don't see what the harm is in, but that's just for me. Yeah,
I'm just wondering, thinking about what you're saying, Mr. Maselli, is if we go back, I don't know if teachers will be ready to make a whole plan if they don't know if they're going to be able to do. I'm trying to think about, it's sort of a chicken and an egg, right? Which is either they know they're allowed to, and then they start saying, oh, these are the 5 kids I'd bring, or I'm going to go back and ask them who wants to come in and what would it look like.
Are we doing special ed too in this one? Because we're trying to pare this down if we're going to look at anything. And like I said, I don't see how it works with secondary, but you're asking me to agree and approve something that would include secondary in it. I see how it could work with primary. I could see, I have my whole class together in the morning, and then on this day, I'm going to bring these 5 kids in this, but not, and what about those kids that need secondary,
Secondary is trickier, 100%, because we don't have intervention teachers like we do at the elementary school. But we do have some support classes, and so those classes could choose to do a small group in person. We have EL classes. That teacher might choose to do a small group in person. So
one period. Okay.
It's and I wonder if the parents, if they're working, are going to have trouble getting their kid to school for that short amount of time that they would be there. If that's going to be an issue as well.
There's a lot of questions in this.
Okay, so Diane was going to make a motion, but I'm hearing a lot of different opinions here. So I'm going to put it back out there.
There's a motion on the floor, Sherry.
No, I understand. With your motion, is there a second?
Did you finish? I don't think you finished, did you?
Can you repeat your motion? Can you repeat your first?
You want me to repeat that, huh?
Yeah, well,
I wrote it down.
If you don't remember.
Who wrote it down? Okay, go, Leslie.
What you said was teachers would volunteer to do small groups not to exceed 5 students in need.
For what? Okay. So is there a second? All those in favor, say aye.
Don't you have to get a
second?
second?
You don't
need
even
a
have
second.
There's no second. So,
right.
Okay, so no second, then it dies right here.
Right.
And we definitely need to bring it back. I mean, I think with having an opportunity to know how many teachers we have and maybe how many students would fit into those categories that we're talking about would be really helpful information. We want kids back. I mean, there's no question about it. But we have to do it the right way and be careful with how we're doing it, and that we're equitable all across the board and making sure that all students are taken into consideration. I don't want parents to come back and say, well, what about my kid? And, that they're not in. So I guess we'll bring it back to our next meeting, which is going to be on February 18th. We'll put it back on the calendar or on the agenda. And, we had good conversation here, and I appreciate everybody's input. I think we all learned something from each other's thought process as we are talking it through. And at this time, okay, do I have a motion?
I don't understand. What do we
to be withdrawn with this item? To withdraw 13.2.
I move that we remove 13.2, withdraw 13.2 for today and bring it back on February 18th.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Roll call vote, Mrs. Martinez? Uh-huh. Yes.
No.
Yes.
I could forget about me. No, yes. No, I get it all the time. I'm easy to overlook.
No, you're not.
So before we close this out, if you guys have 90 seconds of more brain power, what information do we want to go collect and bring back on the 18th? Let's just state them so we know staff knows what they're going to do. So a dear teacher who wants to do it. So we have a list of volunteer teachers, right?
Mm-hmm.
What else do you want?
And how many children we are trying to have, to bring back. I think that would be a good number to know also.
So can I ask just a clarifying question?
Uh-huh.
Of course.
We gave 3 scenarios. One was that targeted group of kids in need. Another was that middle group of students who are not attending virtually. So it's more about an attendance issue. And then that last one was teacher choice. And so getting the number of teachers, we can easily do that. I think the number of students, depending on which scenario we're talking. First 2 scenarios, I can get that, like who fits the criteria in both, what we're looking for. That last one could be more flexible, because if we truly were trying to make this voluntary for teachers and to have them look at their classes and look at their grade level within their site and determine, that could be there could be a variable there, I guess is what I'm saying.
Well, can we just be clear on, so that we know the students will be identified, and then the teachers will be identified. Okay, but you guys also mentioned all this other stuff about classified and and so are they going to be in this equation this time, or is it only going to be the teachers?
Because that second group is where the classified were those kids that aren't showing up. That's where we were identifying that you might need classified people to supervise at a site, because you don't know if admin's going to be available all the time for certificated. So that's something that, would have to be worked out for that second group.
So I guess we'd have to pull the classified staff as well
to find out. To be negotiated, yeah.
If they're interested. I mean,
I think
can I make a bold statement? We are spending enormous amounts of time on this, and it's complicated. Dr. Matias said, either way you go, it has merit. Do we want to just name it and claim it with ourselves and say, we're not coming back until everyone's vaccinated? I feel like if we're there, and there's nothing wrong with you saying that, he told us that, but I'm kind of feeling like if that's where we are, let's just say it, because if we don't do that, then we're going to spend a ton of time gathering this data, and then we're going to bring it back. And it's sounding like we're not comfortable as a group to do it to the vaccine, and that's valid too. But I think we just need to name it and claim it, because I feel like we might collect the data and come back and we'll be right here where we are again. What about this? What about that? We will, we won't. So
I'm all for people. I feel like people need to have a choice. And so I know that there are people who will be okay with volunteering to do this, but I know that there are people who won't. And so for me, I just feel like, I mean, if it's just going to be the teachers, then let's just work with the teachers on, who's volunteering to come back. But it was just the whole fact that we threw in all this other stuff, all the classified staff, the admin, and people wondering. To me, that's messy. So it's like, we need to be able to give people a choice is really kind of where I am. And I don't think that we've really fully done that, because now if we're bringing in other groups into the equation, then it's just a big mess to me. And so it's like, we know who the kids are.
And I agree. I agree with Dr. Moss here. I would like to see small groups back, especially those kids that, there are kids that really need to come back.
Sure, of course.
But again, I agree with you. it all of a sudden it's classified in this and that.
It got a little cloudy.
When we were doing small group, I thought it was, okay, so the teacher has that option to say, hey, can you and you come in and let me go through this, let me help you with this. But all of a sudden it's gotten, and then we went into this 16. So I got a text from a couple of teachers that said, see, if it's going to be maybe 5, but all of a sudden now 16 is coming into it, which is not a small group. Is that a trust issue? Maybe.
So, okay, so Cece, but the motion was just teachers not to exceed 5. So we cleaned up, because I agreed with Yosemite. We started talking about aides, we started talking about everybody else coming in, which is why the motion was very specific to teachers. And we said no more than 5 students. And I wanted to give them permission. I wanted us to vote and give them permission to go make it happen, to go get those teachers, to have those teachers identify those students. I'm kind of feeling like, and maybe I'm wrong, and maybe it's just that we're really tired, because have we hit midnight yet? I don't know. Okay, all right. So, but I kind of feel like we're trying to do their job. We need to give them permission to go do their job. And their job is to go ask the teachers who want to do it on a volunteer basis and ask them, with the criteria that the district has, identify those 5 students. That one teacher may only come up and say there's 3. But we needed to say, yes, go. We could even limit the motion, Mark, and say up to K6. Well, I mean, I am fine with that. But what I'm thinking is at some point we need to take the leap of faith and say, you know what, guys, go do your job. That's not our job to do, to put the groups together and identify the who and which children. That's the district job. And I guess that's where I'm kind of feeling like we're getting too bogged down in the details.
Oh, the details mean everything.
But Mark, our job is not to pick the teachers and the kids. No. Our job is to have them do that. And that's why I limited it to teachers and no more than 5.
Diane, we were not asking to pick the children personally or asking to pick the teachers. We were just asking for a figure. If we only have 5 teachers that are willing to do this without being vaccinated, it's a moot point. We can't even go forward.
I don't think so at all, Sherry. I think it's a great step. Because you know what? I'll feel better and I'll feel more successful. And then you know what? The teacher next door might say, oh, it's working out great. Let me do this with my kids. But until you put your toe in the water, we're never going to go anywhere.
Dr.
That's my personal feeling.
And so I just really, hopefully we can, we'll get it back on the agenda for our next meeting. But if we can just focus on you get the numbers for the teachers who volunteer. You already know the students, how many students possibly already, Dr. Beatson. You have that number already, and then just take it from there. But I do believe that the people who say yes, they want to do it, they need to be able to do it. And I am worried about those students, the ones who I know need extra help. And so I just want to at least kind of move forward in that part. And then after you get the teachers who said, yes, I'll do it, and then you know the number for sure, then if there's some overflow, then after that, then we can have that conversation about, oh, you got to get the classified, the admin. But and just kind of do it from that point. Is that clear? I mean,
that makes sense to me.
Okay. I also want to know very specifically how special ed is going to work. Because a lot of the parents you heard, I want to know what that looks like. I want to know grade level, how many kids, what it's all going to look like. Because like you said, Dr. Beatson, you had 3 very specific groups. You had the group of kids, hey, teacher says these guys are struggling, to like to pull these in. Then you had the group of kids that are just not engaging and they're not taking place. And those are different problems and different groups of kids. So I want to know how we're going to attack all those groups to get, not just willy-nilly. I want to know what that, so the special ed, and I want to know the plan for, getting to each of these 3 groups for the next meeting.
Okay. So it sounds like I appreciate Dr. Young saying, are we just going to wait for the vaccine?
Yeah, thank you.
But we can't really vote on that. We could talk about it, but I don't think, I think we're a little premature in saying that if we have some teachers that want to go back, and the vaccine isn't available yet, so we still have things to work on up to that point. We'll have the next meeting. It'll be before it's available anyway. So can we just hope that the vaccines come in faster and faster and our teachers get up on the list, and in the meantime, bring this back for our next meeting? It's not, we do need to do something, and we need to take those steps, as Diane said. We do. We just want to, yes, Leslie.
No, go ahead. Never mind.
I think let's close there. That's a good close. Let's not add anything. Good.
Everyone becomes a pumpkin in 3 minutes, man.
Okay.
So, Ms. Zeta, what you said, that makes clear. It's clear to me, and it aligns with what Dr. Moss said. So it's clear when I'm working with the team here what we need to go and figure out and bring back, so you guys we can talk about it again in a couple of weeks.
Okay.
I mean, get the teachers, get the numbers, and then we see what we have from there, and then we figure out, okay, we need, classify, we need admin or whatever. But I just want us to do. We do have to move forward. So
okay.
Have to move forward.
All right.
I want to thank everybody that's here.
Yeah.
For hanging in for the longest meeting I've ever been in attendance.
Ms. Zeta, this is my 6th year as your superintendent. This is the longest board meeting since I've been here.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for my I need to stretch, man.
All right.
So without further ado, I'm going to adjourn our meeting.
Good job, you guys.
Boom.
Bye, guys.
Thanks so much.
Saturday.
Bye, everybody.
Saturday.